I sat there for the last 3 years.
I don't mind. So this is, yeah. How you doing, Scott? Good. What's that?
That's how it works. Kim, are you online at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure that you're still connected in that. We want to welcome everyone out to the Highland City Council meeting here on Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. This will be a work session starting at 6:05 p.m. We have a work session to go through our road funding. As a lot of you are aware, we have a road fee in Highland of $18.50 per month. We're going to be going through a little bit about that funding process, maybe some of the projects, about the future projects, and just also about maybe some legislative update. But I know Aaron has a slide presentation to kind of go through this. So at this time, I'm going to turn time over to Aaron to go through the road funding and the project.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a tag team effort amongst Andy, Tyler, and myself. So we'll try to get through everything in an hour. Honestly, we've got a lot to cover, and this really is going to be the first of many conversations to come. So if you'll move forward for me, Andy. Other key members who are partially here in our audience today that we wanted to make note of are our quote-unquote roads and storm drain team. So we have 3 members of our roads team, and so 2 of them got to be here tonight. One is off, hopefully deer hunting, I'm guessing. That's where a lot of our people are this time of year. But Ty Christensen is our superintendent, and he's been with us coming up on 19 years, almost there with us. And Hadley Hutchings, I'm sorry, Hadley. Is one of our operators, and he's been with us for 16 years. And then Brad, he's been with us for quite a while as well. He's not with us tonight, but those 3 gentlemen are what make up our streets team. So we're going to talk a lot about a lot of projects tonight, and know that these 3 guys do a lot for us. So, and if you have any, we also wanted them to hear, so you could meet them, but also if you had any specific questions with all that institutional knowledge, we felt like they would be good assets in that regard. Okay, so 2 things. Well, let's talk about what we need out of you, what we need out of council tonight. So first, we want to make sure that you understand how road spending works, because as we've talked about in the past, public works construction years do not align with fiscal years, and so really we're going to be talking about the fact that we cross fiscal years and pre-plan on using future year's budget when we're going out to bid. So we're going to get consensus on that, and then talk about a potential budget adjustment that we would like to discuss coming up in mid-year adjustments in January.
So is the one a calendar year then, and the other's fiscal?
Essentially, yes, right? Like we do all of our construction based on a calendar year, right, when it's warm enough to go, but because our fiscal years hit right in the middle of construction season, it does not make for easy budgeting. And then in the future, like I said, multi-phase. Future, we're going to come back and talk more about the road fee and the plan associated with our reconstruction projects moving forward. And then the traffic calming manual that got approved 2 times ago, I think about a month ago, with City Council. How are we actually going to fund that? So that'll be a future conversation. Okay, so we're going to talk about, firstly, okay, transportation funding. Where do we get our money from, and how are we spending it? We'll talk about the cycle itself, the budget adjustments, and then talk about what's coming. Okay. Tyler, turn it over to you.
Thanks, sir, and thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to be with you this evening. From a high level, we wanted to spell out here where the sources of funding come for our road efforts, and then we'll hit on how those funds are used. So in a general sense, this is kind of an outline. We're basing this on fiscal 24, the current fiscal year, generally speaking. But understand that there is some fluctuation from year to year in any one of these different categories. So on the left, you see grants and impact fees. This year, we haven't identified any of those funds for purposes of this discussion. But there certainly is potential for impact fee projects. And then grants, we refer to projects where we might partner with MAG or with Utah County, like 6800 West, that kind of a thing right now. To the right in the green is your road fee, and that sits in a fund by itself, generates currently about $1.1 million. Then what's called B and C, or in our case, Class C road funds, generates about $900,000 a year, and that's funds that come from the state every other month. To the right of that, county options includes one source that we've received for a number of years, as well as a new one coming online later this year. One is the quarter-cent sales tax, the county option, that generates about $375,000 this year, as well as the new fifth that will come online. And the city will start seeing that. We've reached out to the state, and they've indicated around March, April timeframe that those funds will start hitting our accounts.
When do they start to collect that fifth?
It's at I believe, December or January is when people will have to pay that, and then as businesses file their tax returns, that will flow through to the state and then to us.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying enough attention early on. The zero for impact fees and grants, you don't have any impact fee anticipation coming in 24?
In 24, we are in the process of revising the impact fee study. So right now, any impact fee revenue that's coming in is completely restricted, and there is not an intended use in the current budget for those.
For roads?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, great question. Yes, there are a number of different types of impact fees, and that was.
So since Ron, but there was a road. I'm trying to think if it was 112th or whatever is over between 6,000 West.
11,200.
11,200. We were collecting impact for that. Are we not collecting impact still for that?
We are collecting impact fees, but in order to do a project, you've got to have a certain amount of accumulation. And so what we're saying right here is that we don't have enough accumulation to do that project. So in 2024, as far as what's in our funded budget, we're not.
This is the budget. Doesn't mean we're still not collecting.
Doesn't mean we're not
fees.
collecting.
Okay.
It means that this is what's in our funded budget.
Well, and to your point, Mayor, honestly, we need to come back and decide what is going to happen with 11,200, right, based on the recent council decision with the development in that area.
So, Tyler.
Yeah.
So we're collecting the impact fees, so where are they?
I'm sorry?
We're collecting them, but we've not got them in the budget, so where are they?
So it goes into the road fund, the road capital fund, and is shown as a restricted balance. I'm sorry, was that your question?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And we'll see it when we do the audit. We'll see the restricted road fund, and there'll be funds in there for projects in the future. I think that's what's.
Yeah, that's my question.
Yep, absolutely.
So 2025 is looking pretty good. If those are freed up and you have enough in 2025, would that be available in 2025?
If it was included in the study as a project that was impact fee eligible.
Yeah, okay.
You'll recall as a council, the city, I'm not going to say emptied the bucket, but we pretty well emptied the bucket when we paid for the Canal Boulevard extension through the Hollows. So the city paid about $1.4 million for that, just out of memory, and so we emptied our impact fee bucket more or less, and so now we're accumulating funds again to where you could do a significant project, but you can't spend them, an impact fee at a time. You've got to get an accumulation.
Right. So I think this is a nice graphic, but it's very confusing because it makes it look like we don't have any impact fees. And so, I think we need to really clarify that. So they're somewhere in a restricted fund. But this makes it look like we've not collected impact fees. And if somebody in the citizens looked at this, they'd say, well, gee, there's all this growth. Why aren't we collecting any impact fees?
Yeah.
So I think.
Andy, if you'd advance to the next slide briefly. So our intent is to show money in and money out. The impact fee money is not going out this year because we do not have an impact fee project there. So that's kind of the reason why that's coming on. If you go back real quick, again, the 500 that we're seeing for county option, it includes 375, which we will see for the fourth quarter cent sales tax, as well as what we anticipate receiving on an annual basis for the fifth. So this year, we're not going to end with 500, but we wanted to show an annualized amount there for your consideration. Finally, to wrap all that up, 300, you're good. It is, we have enjoyed playing with this together, a lot of good work together, so. The general fund does supplement our road activity, and depending on the year and what revenue comes in, and then what needs might come up with roads, that amount may fluctuate as well. So that's the money in, money out. Again, for grant and impact fee projects, we do not have anything anticipated going out this year. Reconstruction and repair, which is generally aligned with the road fee, accounts for $1 million. The maintenance, just shy of $500,000.
Now, maintenance would be seal coating, is that correct? Am I thinking right, Andy? Is that what would be underneath maintenance?
Yeah, in large measure, we use the green and the purple interchangeably, if you will. They kind of collectively represent the monies that we have available to do improvements to our roads, whether that's seal coats, whether that's reconstructions. For the presentation purpose, we're trying to also help the council appreciate where the money's coming from, right? So green is road fee, purple is our, basically probably you'd think of it as our B&C monies, but in large, like I said, in actual improvements in the ground, we treat them kind of as one collective total.
So, Andy, are you saying that $100,000 that we collected for the road fee are being used for maintenance, and because it only says here we're doing $1 million on reconstruction repair, where'd the $100,000 go?
We promise we'll answer your question.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are some salaries that are allocated to that, salaries and benefits, and so that's where that difference comes in. Operations and snow removal, they're just over $1 million, includes so many different things that these three gentlemen, as well as the rest of the Public Works team, have to deal with. It also includes, this year, one of our snow plows. That's about $250,000. So there's quite a bit that's packed into that $1 million operationally. All the little needs that need to be addressed from one resident to another are generally coming out of that pot there. So
last year, you ended up having spent more on the snow removal than was budgeted.
Correct, yeah, last year we spent quite a bit extra on both overtime and salt. So last year, I don't know if I don't have a count on the days that we ended up plowing, but it was probably at least double what a normal year was, and probably 4 times what the dry years were. I don't know, I'm looking for those guys to shake their head or tell me I'm way off, but...
So what have you put this year? Is it a normal year? What's the weather forecast?
If you can tell me that, then we should go to Vegas and do some business.
I think his question is,
we don't know.
are we using last year's numbers for this operational, or did we go back to what we classified a normal year?
normal year, yep. With the understanding that some years are going to be lower, and unfortunately, in terms of water, fortunately, in terms of financial. A number of years have been below that, but then you do have the years like this last one where I don't know when these guys ever slept for a good 6 months. So
on the, not including salaries, so all of this is just project money that's going out then? Is that, how do you define this 1 million versus whatever salaries you have for the road crew that's working on the project?
Salaries are generally included in that blue box, the operations and snow removal box.
Okay,
$1 million.
I see what you've got.
Yep. And there's a couple of different funds that hits, but generally speaking, it's in that piece right there. Rounding out, the next slide will kind of touch on these a little bit. The sidewalks and trails at $310,000. And in fact, Eddie, if you want to jump to that. By way of review for those that have been on the council for a while, and then those that are new, the councils in the past have provided direction as to the use of the quarter-cent sales tax. So maintenance projects, streets, trails, and sidewalk, very specific amounts each year. And that the new fee, excuse me, the new tax, the fifth, coming online, then we'd be looking for council's direction with regard to how that would be used, or if it simply just goes into the overall road program, which there's certainly a need for, but if there's specific objectives that you'd like to see that go towards, we're happy to take that feedback.
So what our plan is, we're going to talk through, we talked about where each of the road funds went to, the different categories. So we're going to talk about where we're spending our money. So sidewalk spending is a little bit difficult because most of our sidewalk monies goes to 20 feet here, 20 feet here, 20 feet here. That's basically allocated for the replacements that people call us and say, hey, I've got a tripping hazard in my yard. The other thing that we did, so we tried to look at a little bit of the last 3 years. 2 years ago, we did a pretty good project through Canterbury neighborhoods where we went through and we saw cut all the ones that we could saw cut. Believe it or not, sometimes it gets too high and we can't saw cut it, and so then we have to come back and replace it. That program is wonderful, and we appreciate the money. Once you understand, there are some challenges we have with that, and that is that while it feels like we're getting charged plenty for that work, our concrete contractors that we work with tell us that they're less profitable on that work, if you will, and so generally we'll find a contractor and they'll work with us pretty good for a little time, and then they find that they make better money at other things, and so then we have a hard time scheduling them. So we have a hard time finding a consistent contractor that wants to do our little bit here work, and that's one thing that we struggle with on our sidewalks. The other thing that we struggle with is right now what we say on the city side is, okay, if you have a sidewalk that's raised or sunk, it's almost always, this is a little bit of a generalization, but it's pretty true that it always is tied with a tree. There's generally a tree that's next door that the root has grown big enough and raised the sidewalk, and so what we say right now as a city is, okay, homeowner, if you'll fix the trees, we'll fix the sidewalk. Now, fix the trees could mean take out the trees. Fix the trees could mean you got to cut the root, and just remove that root that's raising it. But to date, we haven't been comfortable going in and cutting a lot of the roots out for then, if the tree happens to fall or die, then hey, that's your fault, city, right? But it does impede us making progress sometimes. I know of a few conditions that we're waiting to fix a sidewalk on the homeowners, and we've got some dangerous sidewalk conditions. And so it's something, Aaron indicated that we want to talk to you in future meetings. That's one of the things we want to talk to you in a future meeting. We'll talk about that more in a future meeting because we've got the grand scope to cover today. But that is a discussion we need to have, and so that we can understand the mind and will of the council as to how we deal with these sidewalk issues, because the trees, and those guys can, can attest, are, the major contributor to, and they're wonderful. They make our city beautiful, right? They just happen to come with some problems too, and the sidewalks are the problems.
Andy, can I ask a sidewalk question?
Yeah.
So do all of our trails in Highland, do they have to be like ADA compliant? Do they have to have like a curb cut out by every trail?
You mean like a curb cut to get onto the trail?
Yeah.
That's a good question, because oftentimes we put curb cuts where you've got a place to go across the street, meaning if we put a curb cut, we try to have a place that if you get out onto the street, then you can go to the other side. That's a really difficult question to answer in a general sense. So in a general sense, no, we do not have to have every trail be ADA. As a goal, we would like every trail, as many trails as possible, to be ADA, and when we put pedestrians on the road, we'd like to make sure we know where we're taking them on the other side, we're taking them somewhere safe. So, really tough question to answer in a general. It's really a specific, how do we deal with it?
But there's not like a rule about it or anything?
We don't have a rule about it. There is not a rule that I'm aware of that says every one of your trails has to be ADA compliant or every one of your sidewalks have to be ADA compliant. We are, sometimes our sidewalks follow the roads, and sometimes the roads are just too steep, and so our goal is in every case possible, we want them to be. It's probably the better way I could say it.
So, Andy, I appreciate your work on this. So the Murdoch Canal Trail is asphalted.
Yeah.
If the sidewalks or cement sidewalks are so hard to maintain, why wouldn't we start putting in asphalt sidewalks? Is it cheaper to maintain asphalt, or is it the same, or is it a problem? I'm just curious.
I actually think over the long haul that concrete's cheaper to maintain if you look over the lifespan of it. Because if you look at many of the trails and many of the trails that people complain to us about, so a lot of their complaints also originate from the trees that are adjacent to the trails as well, right? The trees causing them to raise up. So if you look over the lifespan of a 75-year sidewalk, I don't know that I have facts and figures to back it up right now, but just personal opinion, I think concrete's actually cheaper over a lifespan.
So are you talking a little bit, you're talking about a master plan? It just seems like, I'm in a profession where we try to do preventive care. It would seem like you could have, a strip of sidewalks and just go along and say, this is going to be a problem, and we could do some preventive care before people complain, because it seems like we're just kind of complaint oriented, and so you're jumping all over the city. Is that right, or what?
Preventative care, whether we're talking trails or whether we're talking sidewalks. Whether we're talking roads, any of them, the preventative care, it just all comes down to money, right? If I'm just being straight, it comes down to money, and a preventative care program takes funding. So our funding right now from a sidewalk standpoint, we react to complaints, and then what we do is at the end of the year, when we're getting close to the end of the year, we say, hey, we've still got so much in the budget, let's go out and try and do one of those sawing projects. Let's try and use that budget. Because if we ran our program perfectly on the staff side, and this is my goal, and our goal as a department is we'd like to have $1 left in the budget. When we're all said and done, we'd like to have $1 left in the budget. And that means we did everything we could possibly do with the funds that the council gave us, but we didn't go over budget. That would be perfect. And I'll tell you the day we finally hit it, because it's not happened yet, but that's our goal, right?
Okay.
So let's look at what we've done with some of our trail spending. In FY23, we're putting together our trails package this winter, and so as far as looking at what we've done recently, this work all happened in calendar year 23. So in calendar year 23, the council authorized in the 23 budget a little extra trails money. And so we actually spent about $260,000 on trail maintenance, and did the one new trail up in the Highland Hills area where we connected the trail by the substation up there. But we actually put quite a bit of money into our trails in 23. So we did $260,000 of trails maintenance in 23. Now if we look at, why am I not reacting, Tyler? What did I do wrong? You fixed it a minute ago. Sorry, Tyler's, I did not touch the mouse. I need to click in this screen. Oh, there we go. Hey, it's pictures of beautiful beautiful trails, there we go. So there's a couple of the trails that received attention in calendar year 2023. And it's hard for us on the road side to distinguish between calendar year and fiscal year, because like we're talking about all night, we're going to talk about how our improvements often span over the fiscal year, and even with our best intentions to get it done by the fiscal year, the contracts don't always fall just right. The contractors get delayed, whatever happens, and we end up finishing it in the next fiscal year because the contractors are just working through the summer season. Okay, so
Back on that previous slide,
oh, sorry.
I thought there was a significant problem being close to high power lines with a home living. I know there was parts of Provo, like 20 homes that were taken out because they were too close to the high power lines. They were built and literally ripped out in about, I don't know, it was the 80s, late 70s and early 80s. That just seems awfully close to high power lines. Is there any study or any look that we've looked at when it comes to, I don't know if those high power lines are as high powered as what Provo had going, but I know they removed homes because of it.
And in large measure, there's probably a few in Highland that are yet to develop around that I can't think of, but for the most part, the high power lines that traverse Highland are basically developed on either side of them for the most part, I think, out of memory. So how the city's viewed that over time, I don't know. But right now in our development efforts and development review efforts, we don't actually encounter a lot of them right now, because I think most of them have been built around, as you see, this is an existing one. So I really don't know how to answer that question, how the city's developed.
The power lines were there when the homes were built, is that right?
Yeah, mostly power lines predate the home corridors.
Okay.
So.
Andy, can I ask a quick question?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
The photo on the left side, is that the trail that goes from 11200 up to Chambray Fields?
That's the one in Highland Hills that we just connected right by the subdivision, the substation, sorry.
Okay, so that's that, so we finished that trail there.
Yeah, we finished that.
Well, that's great. That's great. I need to walk up there. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not finished all the way up to the top, but we finished the next chunk, because there's a section missing between this and Beacon Hills
It would be the Chambray Hills, I think that Chambray and the new Perry subdivision, you've got that little.
Yeah, there's a gap between where we finished to this year and the new Perry subdivision.
But this is where this is back behind the substation.
We had lots of complaints
And it
in
wasn't
this area,
finished, yeah.
where people were like parking on the corridor and accessing along the corridor. So yeah, this was a major accomplishment to come and get this trail done there. This is a big deal.
Yeah.
So looking at our roads expenses, like we said before, we kind of lumped that major roads maintenance and that road fee money into one bucket, if you will, of money, and that's what we use to improve the roads. And then we have the $1 million that we put into our operations, how we're classifying as operations, and that's our new snowplow that we built this year, our salt, that's all the little stuff like the potholes, the signage. We're going to talk to you a little bit about crack seal. Our crack seal's in that $1 million, and it's where we fund the personnel through. So
On the paint, the state has come up with a product that's apparently far better, superior than any paint they've ever used on a road. Are you familiar with what that is?
I think you're talking about
the same.
I think you're talking about the tape.
Yes, it's a tape rather than a paint.
It's a tape that you heat up to stick to the pavement. We use that on our crosswalks. It's just really expensive. So like the state will use it on big intersections, et cetera, in the right places.
Yeah.
But it's quite expensive. Just to do a single crosswalk out of the tape is, Ty, about $1,000 a crosswalk.
Yeah, probably right there.
Wow.
Yeah, but it'll last several years where the paint fades in a single season.
Yeah.
And, but the tape lasts a lot longer, but it's a lot more expensive for us. So looking at what we've done this year thus far, we are now looking at fiscal year '24. So when we set out to fund Mountain Ridge Park, we said that a part of the funding for Mountain Ridge Park for the street improvements on 10400 was going to come through the road sources. So we've allocated about $195,000 of road sources towards Mountain Ridge Park. You'll recall we did the Old Bish Lane project where the city had to do a portion of the work, and then UDOT is doing a portion of the work to put in a signal, traffic signal for the high school. Fantastic project, but we had to pay $250,000 for our part of the project. To UDOT's credit, their part's probably $400,000, so they're spending more than we are, but it is coming. We are told it is coming. They're still hoping to get it this fall, but it's turning from fall to winter pretty quick. But we are expecting it. We have had recent conversations with UDOT, and they are pushing it because we are excited to see that. You'll recall that a couple meetings ago you authorized the rebuild of a little cul-de-sac off, it's the 11830 cul-de-sac. That's the one that had the water leak, and the cul-de-sac, there wasn't enough good asphalt to put back the asphalt we had to tear out for the water line. Then we authorized the microsurfacing of Canal and 6800 West. The construction company we couldn't bring together the painters and the construction company and the schedules this summer and fall. We're first on their docket in May, so it'll still happen in this fiscal year, but it's probably going to go through the winter before we redo the striping on Canal. And that's the long-term maintenance technique for those roads. We did rebuild a big section of 10400 North over near Freedom Elementary, which really had degraded last winter, and so we've accomplished that. Like I was saying early on when I talked about the trails, a lot of times with our best intentions, the contractors finish on the other side of the fiscal year, and so that trail project, they finished a portion of that on this side of the fiscal year, and so a little bit of our roads money that we allocated last year went to it this year, and then we authorized the purchase of temporary speed tables. Collectively, that total is just a little over $1 million, and one of those things that reminds you, boy, that money goes fast.
On the temporary speed tables, how many is that?
That's 2 of them.
Just 2 of them for $34,000?
2 of them that are wide enough to go across Canal Boulevard, so that we had to order a lot because that's a very wide road. So, but it's 2 of them that the first location when they finally show up, and about like any product, you can ask me when they're going to show up, and I'll tell you 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know, that's about when they're supposed to be here.
My understanding on these speed tables, Andy, is that you were going to remove them in the winter.
Yeah.
So isn't it a little bit late to try to put them down now?
Yeah. Yes. Your point is not lost on me, and that's why I had anticipated that somebody up there was going to say, when are they going to be here? And that's why I said that beating it already 2 weeks ago. You know, I don't know. It's so frustrating when you order things these days, and they're like, okay, 8 weeks, they'll be here right on your doorstep. And you go, okay, where's my package? I don't know why Amazon can deliver it in a day, but nobody else can get it to you in 2 months. So they're coming. They're coming, and when they show up in the weather forecast, we'll have to figure out whether we're going to throw them out this fall. Our intention has been all along to put them on to the canal section that's west of SR 74. Still is.
So you can't order these from Amazon?
I wish I could have. They'd have been here.
I did go on, they were some different ones that were there, just those little small, little
Yeah.
rubber ones we could have got.
They'd have been prime overnight delivery, and we had them the next day. So there's a couple pictures. That's a picture of our couple of our road projects. You recognize Old Bish Lane and Knight Avenue on the right, and then that's 10400 on the left. So this year we have $400,000 left in our roads fund, and that's you know, part of what we want to talk about a little bit is what are we looking forward to in 2024? So, Tyler.
And that all fits into the context of this graphic here. As you look at that, I want you to focus on the gray at the top, and then that last blue box, the reconstruction overlays, just to its left. That's almost 2 years, and this is a snapshot taking one full cycle. And we used the cycle beginning fiscal '24. So we were developing the budget, council and mayor and staff, back almost 9 months ago, okay? And the work that was contemplated, or parts of that work, will not be in the ground until 22 months after that point. In the interim, then Public Works is doing bidding and looking to award contracts, and in that process, awarding contracts that will make use of the following fiscal year funds. So we start with fiscal '24. They're developing bids and getting those contracts awarded. Council then is considering the very next budget, and at the same time, Public Works is beginning and then working through the actual construction cycle. But you can see the challenge of construction year, needing to bid things economically, right? And the fiscal year is not lining up perfectly there. So one cycle from the point where we start making that decision can take almost 2 years to get those things into the ground. So as we look and break this down, generally speaking, staff targets 1.5 million per construction year. You think of the $1 million in the road fee fund, and then roughly $500,000 in the maintenance piece there from BNC money. That amounts to $750,000 in 2 different fiscal years, generally speaking. What we're hoping for is council being or identify the level to which you're comfortable in awarding contracts based on, in part, funds that would be figured out in the following fiscal year's budget.
Question is, are we comfortable starting to really forecast? We don't have the money yet, but you're really awarding awards on that. And I think for the council, for those who are new, one of the reasons the council has been a little bit apprehensive is a lot of our funding came in from the roads fee that we were collecting. And over the last several years, we've been wondering, there's been lawsuits about that road fee. There's been a lot of things that's caused angst. And I believe in the presentation, you'll probably talk about what the legislators, what the thought is they might do this next year to help us. And so council, would you want to hear about what the legislators are thinking? Because it might be you're allocating money that could be pulled away or not pulled away before you kind of give input here, or would you like to give input on the?
You know what, let me jump forward a couple slides, because we do, while we are asking, no, sorry, stay there. While we're asking for some kind of pre-spending money, we still do want to have a cushion just in case, right? You've probably all seen this graphic or some version of this graphic. So back when the road study was done and the 7-year plan was put into place, we planned out, okay, what roads are we going to do over the next 7 years, right? And the intention at that point was to hit every road within 7 years. So in 2025, we are supposed to be done, right? We are supposed to have hit all of the roads. But if you look at that cyan/turquoise color there, that is everything yet to be done, and that is a lot of our city still. And so while we've hit a lot of roads and a lot of collector roads, roads that really matter because a lot of people drive on them, there is still a lot of residential roads yet to be done. So how did we get behind, right? Why are we not where we thought we would be? Well, I know we all hate this, but the reality is inflation. So those 2 first bullet points you look at are comparable road projects that were done about 7 years apart. So they were very near each other, actually, and right about the same amount of lane miles. They're slightly wider. There's some differences there, but the 6000 West project cost us $122,000. The 10400 project cost us $265,000. So we're about double what we thought, right? And while the road study did contemplate inflation, it was probably a minor, like 3% now, right? Nothing like what we have actually seen over the past 7 years.
That's not inflation, that's explosion.
Very point. You know what? I think that's a great point, Councilmember Campbell. Also, for those of you who are around, we had we broke out roads, whether they need to be reconstructed or repaired, right? But as we've gotten onto those border lines where we said we could probably repair these, often, by the time we've gotten to it, and from a expectation standpoint, we've often reconstructed them rather than repaired them, right? Because when people when they see you working on the road, they want a nice, clean, black, smooth road afterwards, right? And that's an expectation. And so we'll talk about this later, but that's a conversation we need to have moving forward, is that expectation comes with a cost, too. And to what Mayor alluded to, the road fee, Pleasant Grove was sued over the road fee, right? And the question was, is this really legal or not? And so in November of 2022, when we were preparing the next year's budget, the council consciously made a decision at that point to not bid any more projects that next spring because we didn't know if we would have the money. And because of that 22-month cycle, essentially that meant that we did not do a lot of projects this spring. We still were busy, but did not do a lot of major projects this spring, ultimately. So what we're asking for, but we were still collecting money during that time, right? The thought was we just weren't sure if we were going to be able to, if we were going to still be able to continue to collect money. So we're hoping that council would be amenable to allocating $500,000, as a budget adjustment to make up for that delay. So while these numbers aren't firm, so don't quote us when it comes audit time, but what it's looking like closeout is going to look like is we have $850,000 still in our road capital fund as far as the balance goes. And in the transportation utility fee, we'll have a balance of $500,000. So staff's, to your point earlier, Mayor, staff's recommendation is you should maintain half of year's worth of spending, right, construction year spending between those two funds in case the future council changes their mind about how they want to do things. But you could still take out $500,000 and still have $850,000 left as a cushion in case the future council changes there. So that's ultimately the request. So what it will mean is for calendar year 2024, which will span 2 fiscal years, we still have $400,000 from this year's budget. We'd ask for $500,000 in the budget adjustment, and then again, fiscal year 25, intending to spend $750,000. So this, of course, doesn't include contingencies, so we'll come back to you with final numbers there, but this is the rough estimate as to what we would like to bring to you come January. Questions about that before we move?
I just had a quick question about what is the cost difference between repair and reconstruction, where you said that you initially go to repair and then all of a sudden you're reconstructing?
Andy could be more specific, but there's this graph that we used a lot during the road fee conversations where it's so cheap to repair, right, do the Band-Aid fix in comparison with a reconstruction. But Andy, any more specificity?
It's just a general figure, it's about a figure of 5. So, it's about, if we're going to spend $2 repairing it, we're going to spend $10 rebuilding it, roughly, just off the cuff, but that's about what we talk about. So every year in our roads program, though, we try to have a balance. And so these guys will spend, as soon as everybody stops trying to pave here by the end of the month, because at the end of the month we have a cutoff date for our developments. As soon as that's done, these guys will spend the month of November before it really starts getting socked in and snowing, and they'll be out trying to plan which ones because the devil's in the details on these streets. When you go down and you got to go down to each street, you got to say, okay, we're going to repair this little section, then we're going to treat this section. It takes that team. It's like, I don't even know if we'll finish it in November, but we'll say in November we're going to finish it. But it's about a 6-week lift just to do that for the next years. And what we're really trying to do is over the November to February window, we want to queue up our roads and our trails project, and that's why we need your go-ahead, because then we know what we're targeting towards. And okay, team, we want to spend $1.65 million. Let's get as far as we can with that. But we always have to do a balance, right? So we have to do some of the easy ones, we have to do some of the middle ones, and we have to do some of the hard ones. But if you look at how far we get this far on the easy ones, we get this far on the middle ones, and we get this far on the reconstructs. And there's your balance. There's your $1.65 million spent. Easy come, easy go.
So can I ask a couple questions? So on those light blue ones, which looks to me like it's over 50% of the roads in the city, we haven't even got a plan where we're going to do those. And, you know, I've been mentioning 5320 quite a bit because the people there that have lived there 25 years don't think anything's been done on that road in 25 years. So there's a lot of residential roads like that, and people have been paying the road fee for 6 years or so. And so I think it would be really nice, and I'm sure this is in your plans, to have a schedule for these other light blue roads so I can show that to people. Because right now it just says in the future. Well, it's hard to explain that when we're resurfacing Canal Boulevard again.
It is.
And so it's just kind of hard when you're a council member. The other question I have is for Tyler. So in Ridgeview, do every one of those townhomes pay a road fee?
Yes.
Okay, so even if they're connected townhomes, they each do. So, I mean, I live up in there, and there seems like there's a lot of building going on, and a lot of them being completed. So I would think your road fee would increase, but yet it seems like the road up fee is always between $900,000 and $1.1 million. I would think the road fee would be growing every year.
Yeah, this last year was closer to $1 million, and this year we're projected 1.1. But you're absolutely right. Every single one of those units is a utility customer and pays that road fee.
And the Hollows is being built out pretty quickly. They're all being paid too. So it seems like our road fund should be growing. But doesn't the road fund sunset at 11 years, if I remember correctly?
Andy, can you go forward to the next slide?
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right, and I think a lot of what you're pointing to, Councilmember Smith, is what we need to iron out, because really, Andy and team can't create that, when are we going to do the next roads, until we decide what's going to happen with our road fee long term. Because you're right, it sunsets in 2027 unless council decides to take action to extend that. And so that number was tied to when our bonds get paid off, right? And thinking that we would have some extra money at that point. I will tell you the roads will always need repair, right? And so that will, let's talk about the legislative update. And Councilmember Rodella, I know that you know a lot about this too if you want to jump in, but so Representative Peterson, who lives in an area that does have a road fee, is planning to run a bill to outline the parameters of how, so Pleasant Grove won the case, right? We can do a road fee, but the question remains, like, how do you do a road fee, right? And so Representative Peterson is planning to run a bill that kind of outlines the parameters for what a city has to do if they want to do a road fee. We do anticipate, assuming this goes in our favor, you know, we do anticipate having to update our study to be a bit more specific on certain areas. And I think as a part of that, we need to have a lot of conversations with the council, kind of things that we've laid out below, so that we can then decide, okay, so if because we need to know how much money we're going to get every year so we can plan when are we going to get to those roads, right? All of those turquoise roads that are still left to be done. Other conversations we're going to have is preventative maintenance. You talked about, Councilmember Smith. Preventative maintenance is a seal coat a year after the road's done. And I know that is frustrating for people, but it really does help extend the life. But we don't have plans for that at all. We added it on the canal because we realized the breadth of that road and felt like it was a good idea, but we haven't touched any of those other roads we've done over the past 5 years. Haven't had a seal coat on them.
And we need to find a way to communicate that.
Agreed.
Because it's really hard to explain to the citizens when they're paying the road fee, and nobody's ever done anything on my road, but you're resurfacing.
But you're doing this one again, right?
Right.
It seems like. And talk about that kind of those borderline roads, right? When is it appropriate to reconstruct versus repair? And are we okay knowing that the road's not going to be perfect, but it means our dollars go farther? And then those future treatment cycles, right? Because realistically, you know, in a perfect world, we're touching a road once every single road every 5 years. And but we're nowhere near that right now, right? And can we really afford to get there? Certainly not without increases, but that's not what I'm suggesting overall, but just helping to kind of get a picture and communicate that to the residents. That's the last point, is one thing we have not done a good job on is communicate why we're doing, you know, those preventative maintenance, and then number two, what we've done with the money so far, because we have done a lot of good, but when it's not right in front of their house, they are still frustrated, and understandably so.
Quick question for you. I'm not a fan of increasing fees, but has that fee increased and when?
No,
it's just
so,
always
I
been
mean, it was
16.
$18.50 when it was adopted and has not changed since then. I mean,
And
that was a
6 years.
really heavy lift. I mean, at the time, it was a large undertaking to get there, so.
It just, I mean, looking at the one example that you gave where it's basically
Yeah.
double with inflation, just something.
To consider, so.
One thing, just to help you, John, most cities don't have a road fee, they do it out of their general plan, out of their general fund, and so.
Property taxes.
That's also, when you're talking about a big lift, they're saying, hey, we're doing something that it's, some residents might question that we should have part of, that we raise property tax versus going and doing a fee, and that's, I think, at the time was a
Yeah,
big discussion.
but the feeling was the bonds will be paid off in 2027, which frees up over $1 million a year that could be used for roads and things. I mean, we'll have to decide what. but
I think that is why they had it sunset at that.
2027.
The other future thing we're going to come back, we'd like to talk about, council, like I mentioned earlier, I guess, is the traffic calming improvements, right? So the manual that we approved a month ago, or that council approved a month ago. So what happens when, we get a project and we need to do that project? Right now, I mean, if we take it from any of those first three sources, it essentially means we're doing less work in one of those areas, right? We could use some road fee money or general fund money or B&C funds that we're already using for roads, but that means that we do less other road improvements. Another alternative, if you wanted to dedicate or talk about a portion of dedicating a portion of that $125,000 that we anticipate starting to get in the end of this fiscal year, but really fiscal year 25, that could be an additional source you could look to help fund that.
And some of these funds, they're very restricted. They have, like the road fee restricted has to go towards roads. Our B&C restricted.
B&C as well.
The only thing I think out of all the funds is probably the $300,000 that we bring from the general fund in would be the non-restricted funds. All the rest have some restrictions on them. Is that right, Tyler?
That's correct. Okay.
Council, as we look to wrap up, I just want to thank Ty and Hadley and Brad for all showing up. They all came here to the meeting, even though they love hanging out with you, but I think they'd prefer to be with their families. But they came here because they care about the city's roads. There's a lot of roads in the city. You think about all the roads in the city, and that's your team that takes care of it. And it's a big lift, and they're very committed to it. And so I just wanted to appreciate them for what they do and for the time that they put in. And we're coming in, the construction season's hard, and it represents, lots of challenges, but then we're coming into the real difficult season, which is the 3 a.m. season. While everybody's sleeping, they get to be out on the roads plowing the snow. And so I just wanted to take a chance to tell them thanks for coming tonight and appreciate them for what they do for the city and for the road care and for the snow. So.
Thank you.
Yes, I think as the mayor and city council, we want to also tell you guys thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'd encourage any council member who'd like to go on the snowplow run to kind of go and understand how the city is different in different parts. I mean, that was probably the biggest surprise is you get out of that snowplow and go, why do we have snowplows going here in the middle of the city? Everything's clear. And also you get up there, up on the north saying, have you been here yet? What's going on? It's not plowed. It's our third time through. Just like, so you kind of, it does change throughout the city, but we do appreciate the hard work. And we know we're heading, it sounds like we're heading into another winter that might have a little heavier snow. So thank you. Okay. At this time, it is...
Mayor, can I do one brief little thing while we're talking about roads still? So this is not on the agenda, but we're kind of looking for a little bit of a head nod on this one. So this time of year, one of the road projects we do work on is crack sealing. So as we just talked about, we do have this money in the bid, or in the budget, excuse me, but our contractor would have loved to start yesterday and is hoping to not have to wait until November 7th. So we're looking for a preliminary head nod. While this will come back to council for formal approval, when we went out and got, Ty went out and got 3 crack sealing bids, and our low bid is Morgan Pavement to do all of the work, and we're looking for a preliminary head nod to let them go ahead before we get formal approval from you on the 7th.
So just the difference for time you're talking, just $200. Is there any difference between Morgan and Kilgore in our experience when we've worked with them?
They're both good to work with.
Okay. So council, any direction? All we're asking is, are you okay if they go forth And we'll bring it on there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not a vote, it's just more of,
Right.
you're just kind of seeing
Head
that.
nod.
This will be coming back on November 7th, probably as an actual item, but they would like.
It will be, and we try not to do this as much as possible, but sometimes timelines don't line up with council timelines, so.
And this lets us take advantage of our best season, because our best season for crack sealing is when it's cold but dry. And so we're heading into that cold but dry time of year, and so if we can catch a really good window before we start into winter, we'll get the best product we can on this.
Okay, it's, at this time, we'd like to go ahead and we'll close the work session at 6:57. We will plan with starting a city council meeting within the next 5 minutes. We'll go ahead and have just about a 5-minute break. If those who are in attendance, if you wouldn't mind signing in Councilmember Riddell, are you still online?
Yep, sure I
Okay. We want to welcome everyone out to the Highland City Council meeting. It's October 17th. At this time, it is 7:05 p.m. We'd like to begin our city council meeting by having an invocation by Councilmember Ron Campbell with the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember John LaFront.
Our dear Father in heaven. Our dear Father in heaven, we are grateful, Father, for the opportunity of being here and living in this beautiful city of Highland. We appreciate our residents and all those that are interested in the operations of the city, and ask that thy Spirit would be with us. Help us to be mindful of other opinions and to be open and to discussions and remain close to thee as we attempt to conduct business for the city. We ask for these blessings and do so in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. At this time, we have set apart time for anyone that would like to come up and address the council. So this is the time for unscheduled public appearances. As we look across the agenda, we do not have any items or public hearing on it. So if there's anything that you'd like to come and just present to the council or share with the council, I would recommend you do it at this time. So if there's anyone here, so please keep your comments to 3, come up and state your name, and then keep your comments to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to come up and address the council? Please come on forward.
Perfect. My name is Jeff Eves. I've lived in Highland for about 10 years now, and I've been raising my family here. I'm here to talk about the alcohol consideration for the law change. And I know that it's not being considered now, and there's going to be addressed in January, but I just want to throw out some data that I found. So in relations to alcohol, and I'm against it, but there was a study that was done, and it was studied from alcohol-related deaths and the diseases and everything that comes from alcohol use. That was from 1990 to 2016, and this was published in 2018 in an academic journal. But it says, I'm just going to read, because of the time, I'm just going to read a few things from it. It says, our results on the weighted, and it looked on a global level, and it was specifically for governments and policymakers. It says, our results on the weighted attributed risks associated are consistent with these body of works. Taken together, these findings emphasize that alcohol use, regardless of the amount, leads to health loss across populations. Although we found some protective effects of ischemic heart disease and diabetes among women, these effects were offset when overall health risks were considered, especially because of the strong association between alcohol consumption and the risk of cancer, injuries, communicable diseases. These findings stress the importance of assessing alcohol use, how it affects populations and across the lifespan. Our results point to the need to revisit alcohol control policies and health programs and to consider recommendations for abstention. So no alcohol. Our results show that the safest level of drinking is none. This level is in conflict with most health guidelines, which espouse health benefits associated with consuming up to 2 drinks per day. Alcohol use contributes to health loss from many causes and extracts a toll across the lifespan, particularly among men. Policies that focus on reducing population level consumption will be most effective in reducing health loss from alcohol use. So if you look at the lifespan of the population in Highland and the big picture here, the overall net benefit of having restaurants that serve alcohol is a net negative. It's not benefiting us. The only people that it will benefit is in the net is going to be the developers. Our city was settled in 1870, incorporated in 1977. The city is great because of the policies that were given by the leaders back then. And we are benefiting from that. Many times people make policy changes with unintended consequences. I believe changing this law about alcohol will have long-term effects on our community. The police chief stated last time that the only place that has had alcohol was the Alpine Country Club. I appreciate all that he does and actually researching it. But the Alpine Country Club, to become a member, you have to have $50,000 around that to become a member. And you have to pay $8,000 a year. So, thank you.
And I previously visited with Jeff and mentioned that he could, if he had that data, I think he'll email that out to the council, correct? So your information.
We'd like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come and address the council? Well, there's several, we'll give time for everyone.
I didn't know if someone was raising their hand before me, so I want to make sure. My name's Jen Ashcraft, and I'm coming before you to ask you to please vote to approve the alcohol amendment and allow the development of the Highland Mains project. We have had 5 different cottage meetings in the past week, and I appreciate Kim Rodella and Ron Campbell, Mayor Kurt Osler, John LaFront, and Brittany Bills for attending and answering questions and clarifying the issue. We would have had more meetings if I'd realized earlier than 2 weeks ago that there was actually a chance this amendment wouldn't pass. This seems ridiculous to me. However, considering the title of the survey, the Alcohol Amendment Survey, and the community meeting held at Mountain Ridge Junior High, the alcohol meeting, it's no wonder there is so much fear and opposition to it. Additionally, I feel this will skew the interpretation of the survey and cause people to vote against it simply because they don't understand what they're actually choosing between. In my many conversations with residents about the survey, I have found that many people think they are choosing between alcohol in Highland versus no alcohol in Highland. This is completely false. Unfortunately, this is the misinformation that is being spread. The truth is there's already alcohol in Highland, as has been explained by the council members and the city manager or administrator Aaron Wells. Alpine Country Club has a full bar, and if a restaurant chooses to open in a retail space in the Macy's shopping center, they can serve wine and mixed alcoholic drinks. It is zoned for that. The area proposed for the Highland Mains isn't zoned like the Macy's shopping center. That is really what the issue is. It's a matter of changing the zoning. I understand that there is the question of changing the existing law to include beer. I feel that should have been an easy discussion and a vote as a council. Unfortunately, now that many residents are all worked up over it, it has become a hot topic. The other misinformation is that is being spread is that this is a choice between developing the Highland Mains project versus no development in that space. This is also wrong. This isn't a choice between development or no development. This space will be developed. The question is, what kind of a development do we want to see in that space? Do we want more fast food strip malls like we have with really terrible parking and difficult to maneuver areas? More crappy food? We want to talk about health. The majority of the people in Highland don't drink, but we do eat. And do we really want to promote that kind of diet, right? I ask you to consider voting for this amendment in favor of changing the existing city code, which already allows for wine and mixed drinks, to include beer. I also ask you to change the zoning in the proposed Highland Mains property to correct zoning so that we can have somewhere nice to gather as a community. I strongly encourage each of you to consider the aesthetic and the high class of Highland. Let's build what little remaining retail space we have with this in mind. We want a gem that will be the crown center of our city. We want this Highland Mains as a distinguishing landmark of our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Smith. Thanks for the opportunity. This is great. Full disclosure, I'm a Vietnam-era veteran. Thanks for the pledge and the prayer. I want to ask 3 questions. I hope that's okay. Number one, and I'm here to learn. Number 1 question, why was the survey sent?
So this is more for you to kind of share your public input with the council versus them to have a dialogue with you.
Okay.
So what I might recommend, if there's some dialogue you'd like, you're welcome to call them or email to have them kind of share a little bit of that information.
Okay, then I'll make an assumption then. The survey was sent to gauge the public's interest in keeping or overturning this amendment. That's my understanding. Number 2, I'm assuming the ultimate decision makers are you folks right in front of me. Thank you for answering that with a nod. Number 3, and I hope I'm right, the purpose of this survey will be to gauge interest, and if that survey says one thing or another, as representatives of the people answering the survey, would it be fair to assume, rhetorical question, that you all will abide by the wishes of the people? That if the survey says, we don't want this amendment overturned, virtuously, you would abide by the wishes conveyed in that survey. I understand this is not a dialogue, but I'm hoping that in the interest of democracy, what this is all about, you would abide by the wishes of that survey, the people you represent. I hope that is where we're going to go with this. Full disclosure, I'm very much against overturning this, and I hope you again will abide by the wishes of the people that survey was designed to interpret. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Is there anyone else that'd like to come up and address the council?
Hello, Mayor, Council. Wesley Warren, Highland City resident. Despite being in favor of this alcohol amendment, I 100% agree with the health stats that were presented the very first public comment, and which is why I don't drink nearly as often as I could. And I'm going to throw out a couple of numbers that I'll be following up with an email with some links and some data. But one thing that is of much greater concern health-wise would be almost anything else besides alcohol. Looking at sugar, looking at fat, salt, and we have them in great quantities here in Highland, and I don't want them to go anywhere. I want to be on the record saying that also. One other thing I've been exploring recently is the idea I came across that dry cities with dry laws, quote unquote, are perceived as being safer than wet cities. And actually, there were quite a few studies across the nation that I came across that illustrate that dry cities are much less safe than wet cities. Dug into that a little bit. And what I found was that, and I'm going to read a little bit, which is something I usually don't do. Let's see. It's actually been proven across the country that the cities and counties with dry laws experience more binge drinking and its accompanying health problems, more DUIs, more DWIs, more alcohol-related crashes, and more alcohol-related crime and incidents, usually double or triple the amount of all alcohol-related statistics. There's a couple reasons why. On-premise consumption promotes responsible drinking, like at restaurants. From a legal perspective, the laws regulating how many drinks an individual can have, the percentage of alcohol content in a drink, the requirement of ordering food, et cetera, they all create an environment for responsible drinking. From a personal and social perspective, drinking outside of one's home provides social situations where drinking too much is much less likely to happen. People stay more in control of behaviors and monitor their own intake much more carefully. It's very difficult to become inebriated at a restaurant with the amount of alcohol that you get. speaking from experience and just biologically, we had some discussions the other night on kind of the biological effects of alcohol. I'm going to send something that I found that was really interesting. But I appreciate the thought that the council's put into this and for the time up here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wes. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and address the council on any topic?
Marcia Anderson. Haven't planned on doing this, but I guess my first comment, I am against overturning this. I want it to be kept, this ordinance that it is. If this is going to be such a beautiful area, why wouldn't a restaurant want to come in and be a service to Highland without the alcohol, or just maybe the beer and the wine and nothing more? I think there's going to be just that much more traffic on the streets there, which I know is accident prone anyway. Plus, we'll be bringing in a lot more revenue in taxes, but this isn't going to lower my taxes. So I really can't see that it's going to be much of a benefit to most of the residents as far as the taxes go. And we have some nice restaurants that could come in, and I would think they would want to be part of this if it's supposed to be that magnificent. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Okay. Oh.
Mayor and Council, Natalie Ball. I'm just really tired of the fighting, and I would like to ask, I don't know what the answer to this question is, but it really upsets me that this whole community war was started by a developer. And I want to know if there is a way moving forward to close whatever loophole allowed a developer to come forward and present this plan to the council without any input from the residents and start this holy war that's been going on for several months now. I think it's really sad because we're talking about a community center, but we've divided the community over the center. And the community center of Highland should be this building and our parks and all of the actual city-owned property. I think to represent that a developer is going to come in and create something that belongs to us is false. It doesn't belong to us. It belongs to them. And they don't live here. And so I'm really frustrated that someone that doesn't live here is allowed to come forward and pay a fee and bring this question to you that never got put before the residents. Is there a way for us to fix this moving forward so we don't have this civil war going on ever again about this or any other issue? Because I want us to love our neighbors, with or without alcohol, with or without restaurants, with or without Trader Joe's or whatever it is that people are pushing to get in this development. This is a beautiful community. It's original, it's unique. There is nothing like it anywhere else in this valley. And that's why we came here. And if we're gonna turn it into Lehigh, I don't know where I'm going to go live. So I just would like to ask you to review the ordinances that allowed this developer to come forward and present this problem that wasn't a problem until he presented it, so that we never do this to our residents again and cause these huge divisions. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay. Is there anyone else like to come address the council on any items? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and we'll close this time, the public hearing, or the public comment time. We'll now move on to item number 2, which is consent item. I will let the public be aware there is going to be a discussion item. This kind of is item number 5B, which is an alcohol law update. I don't know if there'll be a little bit of an update what's kind of going on with that, but that's on the agenda as 5B. So let's go ahead and we'll now move on to item number 2, which is our consent items.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve consent Item 2A, the approval of the meeting minutes from September 5th, 2023, and 2B, the board appointments by Mayor Kurt Osler of the mayor's request to appoint Ron Campbell to serve on the Parks, Trails, and Tree Commission, and John LaFrant to serve on the Highland City Arts Council.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Scott, second by Brittany. Any other further discussion on this items? If not, we'll go ahead and we're voting on item number 2A and 2B. I believe we have electronics up, is that correct? So we'll do electronic voting on this.
I forgot how to do it.
Yeah, I thought we weren't doing that.
Oh, that's okay.
Are you going to be able to, do we need to do a voice?
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah. What was the site again, Stephanie?
It's vvoter.com.
2 E's, 2 VV.
Voter.
So yeah, 2 pieces.
And if you want to do a voice vote, and then we can do, oh, never mind, we're almost there.
Let's wait 1 second, see if John did it. Some of you might not be aware, this is John's second meeting. He was put on last council meeting as one of our council members to replace Councilmember Tim Balls. So it's the first time probably logging into the electronic voting. You in?
I can do it.
Okay. Okay. We're all in. That passes 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 3, which is an action item, which is a bid award for the construction of 6000 West pressurized connection to the Provo River Aqueduct. I have that down as Andy Spencer will do in the presentation.
Mayor and Council, in your budget is for FY24 is a little over $2 million to build a connection to the Provo River Aqueduct to get some of our irrigation shares out and into our pressurized irrigation system. There is no connection at that point. This is on the property that the city bought from Cal Miller, which is right where the Murdoch Canal intersects 6000 West. There's no connection at that point, and so to the pipe, and so we actually have to make the physical connection to the pipe. That connection has to occur in the winter months when the pipe's empty. And so we're actively planning this project, but we found that that we probably weren't going to get our contractor that's going to do the entire project for us on board in time to get all of their materials procured in time to get it connected this winter. So we talked with Provo River Water Users Association, and they said, well, you know, Linden has just hired COP Construction to do a connection for them, and you could hire COP to do a connection for you. So essentially have them build 2 versus 1. We had them give us a price, and just to make sure that that price was reasonable, we had our contractor who's building our well 2, who also does work on the Provo River, well 4, sorry, who also does work on the Provo River Canal, and that's VanCon. Their prices were very, very competitive, but COP was just slightly less. And so we are recommending that you authorize a construction contract with COP. All they will be building is they'll be building the connection to the pipe and the primary valve that shuts things off, and then we'll be bringing back for award somewhere right after the first of the year in the January, February timeframe. We hope to be bringing back the full package. But like I said, if we bring that back in that time, by the time we got the contractor on board, we'd never get this built this winter. So we would ask for your support and your vote in authorizing this connection.
Can I ask a couple of questions about it?
Sure.
I mean, I support the project, obviously, but so after this is built, this station, is there going to be one of our rust-colored block buildings with the green roof there? I mean, what is it going to look like?
It will.
And are we going to landscape this or xeriscape it?
It'll look.
Kind of the goal?
This will look very much like the one that's in Ridgeview. It'll be a little bit
on the
bigger
northeast corner
than the one that's in Ridgeview. Yeah, in that kind of southeast corner along 4800 West. It'll have the same look of a building. The building will be a little bit bigger than that one. It'll be paved inside the fence and landscaped outside the fence.
And it'll be the black chain link, which is a
it'll be the
single
black chain
island.
link fence. Yeah, essentially a carbon copy of what you see in Ridgeview, only a little customized to this site, a little bigger building, but that is what you'll have there when all said and done.
You couldn't get them to go over and build the building in the cemetery at the same time.
Fair enough.
I was thinking the same thing. That's the same building we wanted. That's the building we wanted the cemetery.
Yeah. Well, we'll have opportunity to talk about that in the coming items.
So Andy, a question. So once we put this pump in, it will go directly right into the city's PI
It's going to pump
system?
directly into the city's pressurized irrigation pipes. Yeah, so it will have the capacity to pump up to, I believe we're shooting for 12 cubic feet per second, so that we could use a lot of our waters. If you'll recall, the reason for this project is because for years, the city could take additional water through Central Utah's pipe when we really needed it, but now Alpine's built the facilities, because basically what we were doing is we were using Alpine's capacity in that pipe, but now Alpine has made provisions that they can actually use that water, and so we need to do our connection, our permanent connection, so that we can use all of our water, because now we won't, without this project, we won't have the ability to use all the water that we have in those peak days in Deer Creek. So.
Now, the city, we purchased the Cal Miller property just a couple of years ago, and that's out on 6000 West. The city owns some other property a little bit further east. It was originally, because it was down the trail, it was discussed it'd be better to move closer to 6000. What's the plan for that property? Do we need to keep that property? I mean, that would be a discussion later on, but do we need another pump to come into our PI?
That property that we own a little east of there, at least on the staff side, there's some irrigation ditches and there's limited users for it, obviously, right? Because you've just got a couple properties that back up to it, but that's going to be a difficult piece for the city to use just because of access. And that's the reason that we purchased the Cal Miller property, is because it's right there to where we can connect to the pressurized irrigation pipes easily. We can get to it to maintain the pump station. And so it looks likely that inner block piece is something we probably want to surplus at the right time, right day.
So Andy, I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to understand this better. So this is a pump station. It pulls water out of the canal?
It pulls water out of the canal, and because it comes out of the canal or the piped canal, we still, those that live here a long time still call it the canal, right?
Right.
But the pipe, and it comes out of the pipe at a lower pressure. Like it'll come out of the pipe somewhere in the 20 PSI range, and then we'll pump it up to the pressure to then be able to lift the water into our ponds, either at the mouth of the canyon, or then we have to lift it again to get up to Hog Hollow, but we boost the pressure to then get it into the system to supply it system pressure, either fill our ponds or supply to the users.
So does this mean that on low water years, we get the water before Lehigh takes it out?
You could look at it that way.
Okay.
This is our stored water we're tapping.
This is our stored water, and it's.
This is the Murdoch Canal, the trail that's on top of the trail. We're piping into that pipe. It comes out of the Deer Creek, coming down Provo Canyon to us. We have shares. So when we say we're taking Lehigh's, it's our shares that we have in that system that we're pulling.
It's our allocated shares and capacity in that pipe, but we need this pump station to be able to get the amount of water that we need on those dry years, big days.
Right.
So.
Council, you have any other questions, or we're ready for a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion. I move that the City Council approve a contract with COP Construction for the 20-foot turnout connection on the Provo River Aqueduct in an amount up to $174,688 and authorize the city administrator to sign the contract documents.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Brittany, second by Scott. I probably failed to mention, we do have Councilmember Kim Riddell is online, and so you're seeing her vote as you're seeing here happen. So she was present during our work session. I'm sorry, I probably didn't recognize that she is. So you might hear her chime in. Kim, are you there? Do you want to say hi? Hi. So she's there, she's voting, so we just kind of know she's there. Okay, that passes 5-0. We'll now move on to the next item. is item number 4, which is going to be discussing of the city's buildings use policy, and that will be Jay Bachman that will give us a presentation on that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good to be here with you tonight. The building use policy is the document that staff uses to help determine how the city's rentable space that can be used by our communities, organizations, how these buildings, the rooms can be rented out, the policies that dictate that. And from time to time, like all policies, it's necessary to update them according to changes in law, changes in practice, and so forth. And that's what we're bringing for you tonight. To give you an overview of the changes that we are proposing, we have use priority. We have priority groups that their use of the facilities, of the council chambers, of the community center, take precedence over others. And so we've simplified and streamlined that. Obviously this building was built for the, conducting the business of the city, and so city organizations get first use of those. The community center has been designated as a place for us to help build the arts within the community, and so the Arts Council has some priority use there, and so that we're just trying to articulate that better. After city government, other local and state governments, and the Art Council, then you have your community groups that might want to use the organ, and so that's kind of the order of use, the hierarchy there, and so we're clarifying that. City financial policies, those change and update from time to time as we, get feedback from, Tyler, who's telling us how to, better guard and safeguard our financial practices. One thing we are doing is with check depositing. Right now, when groups leave a security deposit to hedge against damage to our facilities, our prior practice was to just hold on to that and not cash it unless there was some damage that we needed to cash in on that security deposit. City policy is actually that we must deposit any checks received in a timely manner, and so that's now what the policy says. We do outline our procedure for credit card use and storage, and that information for the security deposit. We also have it so that instead of having the security deposit amount written in the policy, we actually have it referring to the city's annual fee schedule that's adopted along with the budget. And that way, as that fee needs to be changed and updated, the policy itself doesn't have to be updated. And so that we have that, referencing the city's fee schedule and a lot of other policies and documents that we have. This is just squaring it with that. We have added a legal disclaimer to protect the city from potential legal liability. Since the last time we updated the document in 2018, we have installed wireless internet in our facilities, particularly the community center. And so we wanted to talk about the way in which that is able to be used and under what rights the city reserves in that capacity. And then finally, we just updated it for readability, better language and grammar corrections, so that it reads better and makes more sense, hopefully. So happy to answer
questions. So I really appreciate their work on this. I had 2 or 3 concerns. First of all, I know there's been some movement towards fixing up the community center, but I'm really uncomfortable having a new building policy and everything and trying to rent that center out when it looks like it does. And I just think I would prefer to continue this until we fix up that center, because I'm not sure how people, when they come in, are going to be able to tell if it's damaged or not, because the carpet's in disrepair, the walls need to be painted, and I know Aaron's been trying to get this done. But at the same time, the other question I have too is I'd really like to see the fee structure brought it back to the council before we pass this building policy, because I think it's wrong to have such a huge security deposit when the building itself's in bad shape, okay? And because my daughter wanted to rent this building for a piano recital, but by the time you had to pay a fee for the piano and all those other things, and I helped get that piano, you know, I think that's all wrong, and I think this huge deposit of like $250 and stuff seems to be a lot when the building's in disrepair. So I would just like to really encourage us to get that building fixed up before we start putting all these new policies in. That's just my personal thing. Also, if you look, I'd like to know who the building supervisor is going to be, because in the city council room, we're not supposed to eat food in here unless we get permission from that person, which cuts out Brittany's cookies and the soda that's on the counter up here. So I'd like to know who approves that. Yeah. Is she an exemption? You know, I'd like to maybe clarify some of those things. And that's just personal opinion, but I sure would like to see the community center fixed up.
The building supervisor is Shelley Bond. She is one of our front desk attendants. She works in the afternoons, but anyway, that's who we designated as the building supervisor. I haven't had the discussion with her about food, but personally.
And I think that's, you know.
But it's in the new policy.
Yeah. That intention was more for individuals who rent this space, right? Not necessarily Brittany, who kindly often brings cookies to council meetings. You're absolutely right, Scott, as far as fast forward 20, 30 slides, we have a bid back and we're working on scheduling getting the paint done at the community center. And then carpet's gonna happen after paint was the intention. So we've had bids back and are moving forward with contractors on both of those. Of course, it'll be up to council whether or not you want to amend this policy or wait until that's done. I do think a lot of it, a portion of it has to do with damage, but a lot of it are other things related, not necessarily related to damage, that we would appreciate updating sooner rather than later.
My concern would be, and I appreciate what Scott is saying, and I agree up to a certain point, but there's parts of this that you are doing to be in compliance with city requirements, which is to cash the check and those kinds of things. So I think some of it has to move forward so you can be in compliance. The other part of it has to do with the deposit. How is that determined? $250, is that locked in?
It's $150.
Oh, it's $150. And I'm a little bit concerned that all of our residents that have used that in the past have known, I'm sure, that it's not going to be cashed unless something happens. Now it's going to be cashed. So will that be a clear notification to those renting it that we're going to have to cash this and then we'll have to issue you a check?
Well, and I think one bit of clarification is because we have had some concerns with that in the past, and I apologize, as Jay and I worked on this, the track change version got really ugly, so I'm sorry that you had to, or maybe you didn't try to read that. But the way that the deposit system will work now is actually, if you give us a credit card on file, you don't have to pay a deposit, right? But if you choose not to give us a credit, so then we would just charge you for whatever damages that had occurred. But if you don't want to give us a credit card on file, you do have to give us a check or cash, and that would be refunded to you afterwards. So to try and help ease people's mind, and part of the policy too talks about you can take before and after pictures. So you get into the community center and you see, hey, there's a rip in this carpet I want to make sure that you don't charge me for. Take a picture of it, and so we know that it wasn't you. And we won't charge you for that moving forward.
I would encourage that we would provide a document that they could read that would encourage them to do that. Mm-hmm. I do that when I rent a car. I go around taking pictures of a rental car all the way around. Just a little editing note on the first page. Use priority, you've got priority 1, priority 2, and then priority 3 is scratched out, but you still have priority 3 that's not scratched out. So I think you're only going to have 2 priorities, is that correct?
No, it's down there.
No, it's down there.
We
Is
will
it
have
down
3
further?
priorities.
Yeah, it's down further.
I
It's
thought I
just
went
everything
down.
right before it is crossed out, so it's hard to read.
It looks like everything's crossed out below it.
You're
Oh,
right.
there.
It's everybody else's priority 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
It's right there where it says priority 5. There's like groups
Yeah.
or individuals isn't crossed out.
I see it.
Like Aaron
So I
said,
just
saw so many
the red line
lines.
got pretty ugly when
Let's
you have 3
kind
or
of go
4
through what the
people
reality.
editing it.
So Jay, someone walks in, they're going to rent the community center. If they give a credit card, do we put a hold on any of that, on it, or just they have a credit card?
No, it's put in our system, which is a third-party system that is secure. We would hand them a copy of the facility use policy because it does, as you can see in section, what is it? Under use regulation, conduct while in the building, that's something very important for those who are renting our facilities to understand what they are and are not allowed.
Now let's go through the implementation. As we get there, if we had problems where we are charging a lot of people for cleaning or for damage, have we in the past charged a lot for cleaning and damage?
We haven't. I asked Roy, our building supervisor, facilities, I'm sorry, I don't know his facilities manager. I asked him if he thought $150 for a deposit was reasonable, and he said yes, based on what he's seen and done. But that said, it's not often that we have to invoke that security deposit and collect on it.
So what I have concern with, though, so you put a credit card number on file, and some people are going to make arrangements to use that building 2 or 3 months ahead of time. And so you've got your credit card number on file somewhere. And I'm sure we're going to make every effort to make it secure. But we got hacked not too long ago. I mean, they got into some of the personal data on some of us, on our salaries or something. This was when the previous HR person was here because things got messed up. So, I mean, is it really secure? Because I think people will be uncomfortable leaving a credit card number for 2 or 3 months there.
It's not our system that it's being stored in. So I can't speak directly to how secure it is.
Go on to?
Even our most, secure financial systems in the country get hacked or attempt to be hacked from time to time. I can't even tell you who the vendor is. Maybe Tyler could.
Express Bill Pay. It's our payment processing, and they are PCI compliant, which is something we don't ever want to mess with. So we will not ever hold on to someone's credit card information here in the city alone. That's just through the third party, and they go through audits and security checks backwards and forwards, and it's very secure.
Hey, Jay, how much is it to rent the piano extra? Why do we charge extra for the piano?
We charge extra for the piano because once a year we tune the piano. And so it's, the money in theory helps to go towards that effort, essentially.
How much is it?
Give me 1 second. I apologize, Councilmember Bills.
Yeah, it's okay. While you're looking that up, so it changes it so there's priority 1, 2, and 3. So it changes it so that residents and non-residents are the same priority, correct?
Correct.
Is that the same policy that we have with reserving our parks?
No. You have a discount if you're a resident from my understanding is if you go book a park, it's a different rate than a non-resident.
So why is our policy different for the rec center than it is for the parks?
The rec center?
The community center.
We no rec center. There's no bond for a rec center. No rec center.
You know, we do know that we need to update the parks reservation policy as well. Oh, pavilions, that's what you're talking about. There is a discount for residents.
Yes.
I don't think that maybe there is a priority. Realistically, so we had, 6 or, I don't know, a lot of priorities, right? But realistically, staff is not going to know, nor have we ever said, okay, non-resident, you have it a month from now, but this resident now wants it, and so we're going to bump you. That's just that would be a very unpopular thing for us to do, frankly. So we have bumped before Arts Council things or for city things, but not for other private party things.
But I think the question, for me, I'd have is, why are we letting the non-residents have, the residents pay taxes to help, benefit this. Why would we allow a non-resident to be able to jump in the same space? I mean, I can see if they're saying, hey, here we have our priority 1, which is going to be the city, you've got your priority 2, which is Art Council. And then I guess the question is why was the thought to go and make it all even as a non-resident to be able to come in and book?
It was for the, like I said at the beginning, for the ease of determining who falls into what category for priority. With this referring to all fees being in the fee schedule, we can then make that change in the fee schedule. Right now, it is in the fee schedule. It's also in the document. We're just changing the document so it only refers to the fee schedule. And if you look at the fee schedule, there is only one price. It's not been contemplated before that, where we're, what you brought up, Councilman Member.
Well, we had
Bills,
it, this building had a conflict. We had a person that was from out of the area that came and started booking everything, out for some type of dance performances or for a singing group, and we're going, well, hold on, our Arts Council wasn't, they almost jumped ahead, and we're going, they're coming from out of the area. We found out they're charging money for it, so there's a problem. Here they're coming to the city that the taxpayers pay for, but yet they're benefiting financially from it. I mean, I think we've got to be a little careful. That's why I think the priority where you have, hey, you got the city, then you had Arts Council, then I do think they're probably, you want the residents to have an opportunity before, someone else gets to come and build that and take that.
And I guess we're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about fees, right? And do residents get a break for fees, and one's about priority usage. So, okay, focusing just on fees for a second, and I had forgotten this, I'm just looking at our fee schedule. We do have a different per hour rate for our buildings and for pavilion rentals for residents versus non-residents. So they do actually, residents do get a discount renting the facilities, right? The community center, the council chambers. This would just eliminate the priority that they would necessarily get. I mean, it's spelled out priority in the policy, but in actuality, we are not necessarily giving priority. The case that you outlined, Mayor, and the policy says this, you're not supposed to use our facilities for a for-profit use, right? You can't make money. It's supposed to be for community gathering type things. So I'm vaguely remembering what you're talking about, and I think they just weren't honest with us when they told us what they were using the facility for. And when we found out what it was, we said, no, you can't use the facility.
Can I talk a little bit about maybe one of the elephants in the room? I think we need to talk about the use of the community center and the Timpanogos Symphony. I've been a big supporter of the Timpanogos Symphony, but a year ago they made the decision to have all their concerts in Orem. I think they still use our building to practice in, which I think is okay, except there's a lot of wear and tear on that building. And I think they do it under the auspices of the Art Council, and this might be for you to look into, John. And I think they pay the Art Council some money. But at the same time, I think that if they're going to be using our facilities, and there's a lot of people parked there on Thursday nights, a lot of use, that we should kind of say, okay, if you're going to practice up here, maybe we ought to have at least one concert up here. Because there are a lot of people up here that would like to go. I've stopped going to the symphony because I hate finding the traffic going to the Orem High School. And I've been a donator to the symphony for years, and I'm just really disappointed that we don't at least have one thing up here. So I think we need to reassess their use of the community center every Thursday night during their concert season.
Well, I think what Scott's bringing up is a concern, because also Timpanogos is using not just they use on Thursday, they've taken some of the space there to store a lot of things. And they're going, here we have an out-of-community thing that's storing a lot of their stuff, and so the Arts Council or others can't use that classroom, and up until a couple years ago,
there wasn't a problem.
There were some problems. They've worked through it with the Arts Council. So John's welcome to the Arts Council. You just got appointed. Didn't realize what issues you had.
The museum also would like that extra space.
Yeah, downstairs the museum has some things.
And so the Arts Council has relationships with other organizations, including the Symphony or Highland Children's Choir, technically separate entities. And so they've kind of established, I think it's you give them, if that organization donates $500 a year to the Arts Council, you are part of the Arts Council and you get the benefits of being part of the Arts Council. So maybe we need to talk to them about increasing that too. And you also have to do a concert or a event in Highland once a year. I think that's a reasonable conversation.
The Highland Children's Choir they've done things here, they've come and performed, like I said, for the benefit of the community, and maybe that's something that we need to look at. So John, there's, you've got some Arts Council things, they've got their big Christmas, hey, just get ready for that, I think December 2nd, they have their big Christmas thing here so there's some things coming down the path.
Because if it's for a $500 donation, then they get it every week, that's a good deal.
And again, I support the Timpanogos Symphony, and I actually voted years ago for them to be able to use that building. But at the same time, I think they owe us at least one concert up at this end of the county. I mean, Lone Peak's got a big auditorium. They used to perform in Timberline, and it was great. And I know Helen Pockris out there used to like to go up there, and it's hard to get over to Orem for a lot of people. I gave up going over there because of the traffic. I thought it's not worth it. I'm sorry.
Let's come back. We have our building use policy. Is this something that you feel comfortable, passing tonight, or is it something that needs to be continued and come back at another date?
I think it may need to be continued and refined a little bit for readability, and I would feel more comfortable with the deposit once it's all fixed up and we can actually see what the damage is.
Yeah.
What's the timeline for that, Erin?
The hardest part is you're coming into concert season, right? So like closing that down for a week to paint and dry and make it not fumey is hard to do. So Roy was working with Shelley to find a time where we could block off enough time to paint. And I haven't heard an update back.
And then is there we've had some input here, Jay. Has the input given you, does the rest of the council want to continue this to try to see if it can get cleaned up, or would you like to vote? So let's give Jay some direction so he knows if we're going to continue this, what is it we'd like to see come back? You're saying we'd like to have this cleaned up. Do we want to look at the priority use? If we look on here, do we want to worry about a non-resident residence in the priority use? Is that something you'd like to?
Not necessarily on the priority use, on the fee.
Okay.
The fee needs to be more for, we say we give our residents a break. I see it as we charge more for the others.
For the non-residents, right.
For the non-residents. But the point is the same. I believe that distinction needs to be made.
And I think Ron's absolutely right. I think we need that distinction, and Brittany brought that up as well. But since we're mainly talking about the use of this building in the community center, I think it'd be really nice to, at the same time, look at the fees for those two buildings so that we understand those better. Because obviously I misspoke about the 250, I thought. Because when my daughter and I tried to work through it, I thought it was not very user-friendly. And so maybe just we can clean that up. And I certainly would like, but there we go, about we can't fix up the community center because the Timpanogos Symphony is using it and they're all out of the city. So, it's I think we just need to address that a little bit, John.
Man, the new guy, he got it. So Jay, is there questions you have that you need to have for the council to make sure if this is continued, what needs to be done to be able to bring it back?
Sure, I'm looking at my notes here. Okay. So the priority use, we don't need to clarify that any further. You just want to make sure that there is a resident versus non-resident.
That's fine. Not on priority use, just the fee.
What you're saying is that you want a resident fee and the non-resident fee a higher amount.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So if it's an organization, obviously we can check a resident because they will have a Highland address. But if it's an organization, do they have to be located in Highland, or do they just have to be majority?
Okay, give us an example of an organization. Like what have you seen as what organization? Is that Amway coming to do a presentation?
That would be for profit, so they wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay.
But if there was, a 501c3 that has 10 members and 6 of them are Highland residents, but their 501c3, their address is in Draper.
Like, I think we've let a homeschooling group come and use this. They're a group that does not charge their members, right? But they needed a space to meet. My recollection is we've allowed that in the past, right? Because it's a not-for-profit. So I guess if a member lives in Highlands,
Right. My HOA uses it, and we charge fees to our members, but we don't have any other place to meet unless you go to a church or something.
Mm-hmm.
So Jay, I think what your question is, I think that booking would need to be in the Highland resident's name. It would be the safest. I understand they might have, because they can work that out with their organization how that works. Because if they're a 501c, they can work that out, I think.
I'm just, okay. It just gets very messy trying to determine who's where, who lives where, and, you know, someone says, oh, we've got this one guy, he's a Highland resident, therefore we are all entitled to use.
Aaron, did you say that we differentiate for pavilion rentals?
We do.
So how do we do it with pavilion rentals?
I think it's just I don't know if they give us their address.
We don't have anything for nonprofit. I don't think a nonprofit matters if they're booking a pavilion, does it? I think it's just the community center where it's that, if they're booking.
Yeah, so
We've done away with that distinction now.
Yeah.
But
well, you know what, I think what I'm hearing, council, is you want to revisit the fees and kind of clarify what still is applicable and what isn't. Is there
Yes.
anything else in the policy, in the revised policy Jay's presented, that you have questions or concerns about still after we get the building fixed up?
Well, and I think we need to clarify eating in this building. Yeah. You know, I think we have to be careful, because I think it's really nice that we can sit up here and eat some and different things, but I think we have to be careful on the sea level, because we kind of exempt the city government on chain link fences, and we exempt them on storage units, and now we're going to exempt on, well, the council can eat up here, but nobody else can.
Well, and we've had our council Christmas party here. They have staff, parties in here. It's not that.
You'd think we were Congress. But maybe just kind of.
So and I would also clean it up so we have one clean copy that we're looking at, if that's possible.
there was a clean copy included.
Okay.
There was a red line and a clean copy for your review. All right, so as far as the city financial policies within the document, are there any concerns about that? I know there's a concern with the fees. We can, as we are recommending having those be part of the fee schedule, those would be updated as part of the budget process this next year. So
It'd be nice to discuss
I understand there's a
it with
concern
this.
about that, but that's not part of this document. So
But why,
is it okay, the financial policies that we've outlined, are you okay with those?
meaning we're depositing the check if they give us a check.
The legal disclaimers, nobody has any problem with wireless.
Could I ask you one more
You
quick
said
question?
readability, if you have any, if you want to go through the clean copy, I can provide anybody who wants one a clean copy of a Word document if you want to go through and catch any other grammar,
I didn't see any other grammar things, and I usually.
Oh, you said you wanted to clean it up.
I had another question about except under extenuating circumstances, priority 1 and 2 groups will submit their reservations at least 3 months in advance. I guess I'm not sure why we need that sentence if we already know that priority 1 and 2 groups are priority over priority 3.
Well, I think it's saying that no one can book 3 months. They can't book 90 days. They can't book the community center 90 days out if they're less than that priority. So at 89 days they can book, but anything 90 days or earlier, you're letting
Oh,
priority.
that wasn't how I read that. So any group other than a priority 1 or 2 can't book 90 days out in case a priority 1 or 2 group wants to use it.
And honestly, that's kind of putting us on notice too. We need to get our stuff in early so that we don't have to bump somebody, because that's an uncomfortable conversation.
Yeah, the purpose of that statement is to say, look, because you guys can bump anybody, we need to get you on the calendar as early as possible so that we don't have someone who, a community user who wanted to reserve it 2 months in advance, and then here comes a priority 1 month, with 1 month notice bumping that, priority 3 because, so because we can bump, we need to, like Aaron said, get our act together, get our ducks in a row so that we've filled out our part of the calendar as early as possible.
One thing that would be helpful too is if we could is there any way we could see what the last year looks like on the reservations, so we can just look at how often is it used, who's using it?
Sure.
It would just be good to get some perspective on, is this supporting the general use?
Okay, if nothing else, we need a motion to continue the item. Anyone want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion to continue this item.
I'll second it.
I have a motion to continue item number 4 by Brittany, second by Scott. There's no other discussion. We'll go ahead and do a vote on that. Motion continue passes 5-0. Looking at the communication items, I'm going to move communication item number 5B up, understanding that communication item number 5A could be a little longer too. And I know we have a lot of residents maybe are interested in our 5B. And so I'm going to move up this next communication item. This is a communication item, nothing is to be voted on, it's for communication only. We're going to now discuss number 5B, which is the alcohol law update. And that will be you, Aaron.
Yes, sir. Jay, will you bump forward a handful of slides till we get to alcohol law information? Sorry. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Okay, so a couple updates for you tonight and then a couple questions for you. So first update, go forward for me, please. Ron, congratulations. We have over 3,000 surveys turned in. So we're really excited and we still have a few days yet to go. So like I said, bumped over 3,000 today. A majority of those have been online, though the physical ones are trickling in. And if people are sending in with their utility bill, that's not due for a few days. And we tend to get a large volume of those around the due date. So to give you some perspective, if you know, and I know that multiple people in homes are filling those out, but we have about 5,000 homes in Highland, 12,000 adults in Highland, so this really is a phenomenal turnout. So if you look at a couple of the last elections, we have between 3,700, 5,000 voters, depending on what's on the ballot. In 2021, we had 2 ballot items that were Wimbledon and the Parks tax, so that got a higher turnout rating. But we're getting close to a previous voter turnout, and we've almost tripled what we have gotten, the highest we've ever gotten for our normal resident survey. So this is being talked about in our community, and we're excited to have gotten that many responses.
And so now they have until Thursday, October 20th, which is this Thursday,
Friday,
to go online and do the survey online.
Friday, October 20th.
Oh, I'm sorry,
yes.
Friday, October 20th. If they're mailing it, the utility bill is due also on October 20th, as long as it's postmarked, we've always said, and they can put the survey in the utility bill and mail it with the utility bill, but that has to be postmarked by the 20th, which is the same as what we would classify for the utilities. And then
exactly. Which is part of the complication that we're going to talk about. So one thing that we realized last week, if you'll move forward one slide, Jay, is that the survey closes the 20th. The candidate debate is that following Thursday, October 26th. So the question I have for you, next slide, Jay, if you would, do we try to release the results before the debate? I know that this is very timely. I mean, obviously, as was evidenced in our public comment, this is something people are talking about, something that matters to them. It would be relevant information for them. However, that is a very short turnaround time. Staff is doing work already. Tyler and Brooklyn and I have been meeting to kind of do some preliminary cleaning work to make sure that we can turn that around as quickly as possible. But I honestly won't know how feasible that is until Monday, because I won't know how many things came in, or how many surveys got turned in via mail until Monday. If you do want those results to come out before before the debate, I would recommend that we hold a special meeting to release those results, so I don't just send you an email that has results, so that we can have a conversation and you can make sure you understand what those are. But really that only gives you, the public, the candidates running 24 hours before the debate. So honestly, I can make an argument both ways as to how this should go, Council, and we're looking for your direction on this.
My only thought has to do with it's a great goal to have it by the debate, if that's at all possible, but only if it doesn't compromise. In other words, if you do it too fast and you make mistakes, It would only be if it can be done in a way that is accurate, I guess is the best word. And if not, then it's after the debate.
You know, and Ron, for me, most of the time we're going, okay, why have we held special meetings? We recognize the residents are really concerned about this, but traditionally when we've had something, this is not something voted on, it's come out of the council meeting. You know, where we have, you know, a packet comes, so for our city council, our packet comes on a Thursday, so council, you have some time to look at it before you also are voting on a Tuesday. Yeah. So what we're asking for the candidates, if they hit it on a Wednesday, that they need to have, they need to digest all of that, read comment, and be prepared by that within 24 hours, which is not, I'm just saying, even how we've done packets has not been the common.
So my only thought on this is because we've decided to not make this decision until the new council is selected, then I think the results have to be a part of the debate, because that's part of the reason why we have pushed this off until January.
I don't know if I agree on that, because I'm hoping the debate on the 26th that there's actually other things in the city we'll talk about. And I think if you release this survey, that's all you'll talk about. I think we need to give the staff time to kind of really collate this, prepare it. I know when I see the survey, I'm going to want to read a lot of the comments. There's no way a candidate can do that. And I worry a little bit about if the survey's out, then you'll have a question, are you going to support the survey, are you going to support the survey, are you going to support the survey? You know, it's hard to say how the survey will come out. My feeling is we ought to release that survey at a council meeting, and we're going to have a council meeting the 1st of November and give time to kind of give it to the council ahead of time, because we're the ones that's going to make the decision, and whoever's on the council then can look at it. I think it's just a rush to do that, because you may not get some of these surveys until Tuesday, because the way the mail is in this area. I mean, I send things to Pro and it takes a week. And so, you know, are you going to turn away people that it's postmarked the 20th, but you get it on Tuesday or Wednesday? You know, I think you just need a little more wiggle room, because I certainly hope at the candidate debate night that we talk about something besides alcohol sales. I mean, that's an important part.
I agree with that too, and I don't know how the debate's going to be moderated and how that's going to go. I think absolutely other issues need to be addressed, but I think it's one that it should be a topic.
Oh, sure, it should be a topic, but not the only topic.
Agreed.
And that's the problem, because there's a tendency to make it the only topic.
Yeah.
Aaron, who's going to moderate the debate?
Alpine School District Board Member Sarah Beeson is going to moderate for us. And so the intention, Steffi and I have kind of tentatively planned this out, though haven't finalized the questions, is we are going to encourage her to ask a question about this, but one of 5 questions. So we only have time for 5 questions really to get through that many candidates and intros and conclusions, but it would be 1 question, because there are going to be 200 more decisions that our new council members are going to have to make over the next 2 years. And certainly this is a big one, but.
So my opinion is we need to do whatever is going to lead us to make the very best policy decision that we can. And I'm not sure that releasing the results early is going to be a benefit policy-wise. I think it's going to come up at the debate. I'm not scared of talking about it. I think I have talked about it. I'm happy to talk to anybody about it and about my decision-making process. I think the other problem with releasing it early is that assumption that we could have a meeting the Wednesday before, which I think that all candidates would need to be able to attend to make it fair. And I'm not convinced that I'm going to be able to rearrange some things with my parents that I'm able to attend that night. So I think kind of throwing an extra meeting out there a week in advance it's problematic for me. I don't know if it is for anybody else. And it's going to come up at the debate, right? I mean, there's no way it's not going to, and it should.
So are you getting direction, Aaron, or we muddled it totally? I say wait till after the debate.
So let's look at your timing. So if it comes out on Wednesday the 25th, and I'm just, your ballots are hit, you're going to start, I think they get mailed on the 30th of October. Now, if we when would that be released? If you're saying if it comes out as a normal council packet, would be on November 2nd, which would be about 3 or 4 days later.
Oh, you're right. So our
it'd be-
meeting is
if-
November 7th.
But when, I mean, if I guess unless you say we want it to come out with the packet, or do we want this to be released at the meeting on the 7th? Do we want to, what's the council, I haven't really kind of got a sense what everyone in the council like to do.
I like the 7th. I like what Scott was saying.
So you're recommending, would you have it in the packet? Would it be in the packet on the 2nd, or would we release it on the 7th at the council meeting?
I think we release it at the council meeting.
I'll agree with that.
Me too.
Could I offer maybe a suggestion? I don't know if this is even possible, but if we do that on the November 7th meeting, I imagine we're going to have a lot of the residents and citizens that are going to want to talk about this discussion. We're able to have them come talk. Can we have dialogue on the 7th at all? Or is that?
Yeah, we could put it down as a discussion item, it won't be an action item.
I know not an action item, but where they could get feedback and kind of.
So you're saying like having a public hearing?
Yeah.
Public presentation, talking about it?
I mean, allowing them to come up and have dialogue on it?
Yeah.
As a public hearing? So that's just kind of...
I think I feel like if we're going to do the debate, they're going to have the candidates, they're going to ask the questions, but we don't have the results, so we can't really use that as part of the discussion. Then the 7th comes out, we're going to release the results, but if there's not going to be any discussion on it, it's kind of like, here's the results, period, and then it moves on. I think that there needs to be dialogue.
Okay, so but if we release it on the 7th, we're going to have 3, and this is kind of transparent here, 3 people who are council members are running for election.
Yeah.
And so we've got still 3 that are not council members that are running. So do we give an upper hand to those 3 council members that they can talk about it in the public versus the other 3 those running don't have that?
But I think if you have an open hearing, can those...
And release it on the 7th, they can come up with
Well, but they're going to see it for the first time. Are we having the same issue? They're seeing the results that night. I guess,
But I think what Ron and I are saying, let's see it the first night, on that night.
On the 7th?
Yeah, on the 7th. We all see it at the same time.
And the 3 candidates running will have the equal access to it. We'll all see it at the same time.
Okay.
Now, sitting up here, there's obviously an advantage, but that's just the reality.
Yeah, I agree with Ron.
Okay, so so John, to kind of help you, I've heard from Ron, I've heard from Scott, and I think I heard Brittany say yes, do it on the 7th.
Yes.
So so now that there's 3 council members, I just kind of say, let's move it and do it on the 7th. Does that make sense? We could keep debating, but once 3 council members are that's kind of the tilting bounce I'm kind of looking for to help us know what.
One semantic clarification. I don't think what we're doing on the 7th is a public hearing. I think you're just going to be allowing public comment, right?
Yes,
because you're not acting on anything. It will still be a communication item, and you can move it wherever you want in the agenda, Mayor, but you are planning to allow public comment on that communication item.
We will probably allow, council, would you like to have public, it's not a public hearing, it's comment. Would you like to have some comments that night from the public?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, we can always have comment, right?
They can always make a comment in the public.
No, I think when it's on the agenda.
So let me kind of, just since we had 2 new council members, okay, on August 1st, we had a public hearing on this. There was a motion to go ahead and pass the alcohol. That motion did not pass. There were 2 votes, and they did not pass. We had a public hearing, we closed the public hearing on the item. We can still open a public hearing when we vote on this in January, and still have, I'm not against having public comment on the 7th, and that's what I'm hearing you would like, right?
That's the dialogue.
Okay, the dialogue, okay.
Stephanie, is that clear for you and noticing and things like that? So we're not holding a public hearing, just allowing for public comment?
Yeah, that's correct. So we'll just put it on as a discussion item in that agenda, but no public hearing.
And we're going to be releasing the survey results that time. Just so that those in the public, the council and the mayor, we do not know the results. We've tried to keep the integrity that we don't know. Matter of fact, I've been in Aaron Wells' thing, when she'll get on the phone with the person that's doing it, I'm going, very first thing says, I'm in the room, please, if you're going to discuss, there's no numbers to be discussed. I've even tried to tell the people at the front desk not to share when people are dropping off the surveys, to say, I don't want to hear, because commonly, okay, so Ron and John and me were here on a Friday, and someone came to bring in 2 of the surveys. We didn't even touch it. We said you got to go get the librarian. I'm just saying, we don't know what's going on. And at the time, so we're trying to keep it, we don't know. We're not,
We're trying not to bias it, is
yeah,
what
we're not trying to say, hey, we're starting to see this, we got to hurry up and get one way or another. No one knows what's going on. There is one, Aaron knows.
And I don't, yep.
And I trust.
And I am not revealing, because I do. While this is not a vote, this is a piece of information council is going to use to make this decision. I absolutely want council to feel confident in it. I know it's not perfect, but we've tried really hard to make it as close to that as we can.
And as you brought that up, this is a survey. And some questions are, why did we do the survey versus this vote? The vote that happened, it didn't pass. I mean, so you need to, the vote happened. It did not pass that night. And so what the council, the 3 council members that did not vote in favor, they asked for some certain things that they wanted to have. Some of it was transparency, and I think all council members wanted the transparency. But they asked that they'd like to have their residents, part of their decision process or the council's due diligence was to get the residents' input. And that was what we heard from those council members. They wanted residents' input. And what came out was a survey that they wanted to survey to help give some of that due diligence. So as a council member, any of these topics, you're going to see, just like we talked about the building use policy, a due diligence is you're reading through that document. Well, one of the due diligence items, they really felt like they need to understand the public. However, the public needs to understand this decision still will be to the 5 council members. It is part of one of the due diligences. For some, it might be the only due diligence they have. It might be for others, they're looking at public safety, they're looking at economic development, they're looking at the future of Highland. So they're going to be weighing a lot of things, and the survey will be one of the things they're weighing. I'm just saying, so just be aware that there's, each council person will look at the survey in a different way than just saying, hey, there is 51% that says to allow alcohol and 49, and they might go, hold it. That's one of the things I value. Am I saying that correct, council? Am I
absolutely correct.
And then so on the 7th, that's a discussion, not a decision.
On
just to be
November
clear.
7th.
On November 7th. And I
It's not an action item means that there's a vote taken. A discussions item is like what you're seeing tonight. We're discussing the item. Now, with that, are there other items dealing with the alcohol law update that the council has questions?
One quick, but I'm not giving you the results in the packet. I am revealing them on the 7th.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
At council meeting, you will have, I guess you'll reveal it however it is. The public will see it at the same time the council will see it. And that's what I've heard from the council. That's how you want it to come forth. Okay. So is there any other items or information as we have this as a discussion item as a council you would like to discuss on this or need better clarification?
I just want to thank Aaron and the staff for all the work on this. I mean, collating 3,000 responses so far, you may get a few more hundred, who knows. But appreciate all your work, because it's not easy.
If they do it online, I think it's much easier for the staff, because it kind of...
There still certainly is some legwork, but it's a lot less than, so we've given one of our part-time employees some extra hours, and she's doing all of the manual ones, and we'll probably still have more to do, so.
Any other questions on or any further things on the alcohol update? And I guess I'll be a little more transparent on the other thing on August 1st. One of the things Highland has, in the past, has had different decisions done by the council that the residents have went and referred. We've had our Sunday close policy, where we, if we were open on Sunday or not, was a decision where the council said we were going to open, the residents did a referendum. We had our road fee, was the same way. The council passed a road fee, the residents did a referendum. We had the trail situation where there was a decision by the council to sell a certain part of the trails, and there was a referendum. And so that
property tax increase that they did a referendum again, and we pulled it.
And so there's actually been, I think there's been some developments. So Highland, as a thing, the council also, by seeking out residents' input, are hoping that the residents will see that we are trying to be, transparent and listen, but also to help those who are looking, saying, hey, maybe we should be doing something. The council's been trying to go forth to make the best decision here we can with residents' input. We recognize this affects residents, and we want their input. So, anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to back to item number 5A, which is the alpine fence. Thank you for those who attended.
Okay.
By the way, the alpine fence would be a lively discussion too.
Nobody's interested in the alpine fence.
Mayor and council, so we've listed mayors kind of leading the discussion. I have a little bit of background information. Mayor, should I go through that or do you want? Okay, we'll do a little bit of background information and then ask Mayor to direct the conversation. So as a reminder, here's what we're talking about. So the Alpine Highway theme wall fence, the wooden fence that goes along Alpine Highway, it's about 4,700 feet on the yellow highlighted areas and 30, it's not on the slide, 32 homes? 31 homes? 31 homes.
That's what I keep hearing from.
There are 31 homes.
31 homes.
I heard 37.
They keep telling us 31, but
Yeah.
31
maybe
homes.
there's 37.
Somewhere
I haven't
between
counted
31 and
myself.
37 homes.
There we go. Along that 4,500 feet of corridor there. If you could move forward, please. So, and there is actually a theme wall, adopted theme wall in this area. So it's atypical from our typical theme walls, but the wood paneling with brick pillars is the theme wall that is adopted there. And so that is our current theme wall.
That is current.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Move forward for me, please. So additional information, so the residents have received, the city solicited a bid, the residents solicited a bid for about $400,000 for their fence replacement. Options that staff
And that's a
understand.
concrete fence.
Okay, concrete fence, thank you. You're right, not really a replacement, it's an upgrade to
Is
current
that for
status.
all 31 units? Yes. It is.
Yeah, it's a little over 400,000. That's the bid they got from
I thought it was like
concrete.
464 or something.
Yeah, I thought it was higher, like 430, 4.
Yeah, it's closer to 450.
Okay. Staff understands, and so I'm kind of summarizing what I'm hearing from different council members. So I understand, we talked about a month ago, right, a potential grant process, right, where the city does a partial reimbursement as residents want to upgrade that fence to something different. Another option that I understand some council members have been discussing is repair of the existing fence, right? So leaving the fence, the wood and the brick, but just fixing it up, you know, doing a one-time fix of that current status. Can you move forward for me one more? I'm trying to remember. Okay, so as you're kind of having these conversations, things that staff would recommend you keep in mind. So if you do go with the replacement option where we're going to do some kind of a grant type process, the city would recommend we'd create some kind of time and budgetary boundaries. How long does this go forward? How much money is council willing to spend on this? And that, just to be clear on that the homeowners would be responsible for their landscaping as a part of this. So we'll fit, you know, that they are responsible to fix anything that does inevitably get damaged on their side of the fence. We would want to do a land survey and fence permit just to be sure that, yes, we're all on the same page. This is where it goes. It's on private property. Because in either scenario, what we would recommend council to do is that ultimately staff doesn't have the manpower to either do the replacement costs, the tear down costs, or any kind of a fix-up job. So we will need to contract out this work. Just like you saw, we have 3 streets guys. You know, it's a similar situation in all of our other departments, right? So we don't have the manpower to do this ourselves, which ultimately means we need to identify a funding source for this. Again, moving forward, staff would recommend that it's the homeowner's fence moving forward. If whatever fix we do now should be the responsibility of the homeowners moving forward after this point. And then ultimately, council, do we want to do a unified theme wall moving forward? We already have one in place. Do we want to keep the current status? Do you want to improve the status? What do you want, or do you want to let it be like some of our other corridors that doesn't necessarily have a unified theme wall? And so I do have some more slides talking about theme wall if you want to get into that specifically and what our current code is and some options for you, but I think at this point it's best to let you have a conversation.
Okay, I'd just like to say 2 or 3 things. I like the theme wall concept. I'm hoping, because it is a beautification in the city, that's kind of my feeling. The problem has arisen over the years is confusion about who owned the fence. And I'm not going to lay blame at anybody's feet, because it's come from both councils and staff. I think there's always been a little confusion, because developers put in that fence. I think it worked through the city to have kind of a theme wall look. But some of the citizens have come forth and wanted to fix the fence, and the staff understood that it was the city's fence, and then at times the city, I know when I was on the council the first time, we decided as a council it was the residents' fence. But so there's been all this confusion. So I've leaned towards having some sort of grant project or proposal so that the city helps, but doesn't have to cover all the costs, because it's really on private property now. But at the same time, I think we kind of owe it to our citizens, because, and for whatever reason, and I'm not putting blame again at anybody's feet, they've been misled over the years who owned the fence. Because I think many of them, if they'd known they'd owned it, would have probably fixed it up at that time, or bit by bit, because we had people coming in and wanting to do that. So if we can find the funds in the city, I mean, we're always on a tight budget. I mean, we looked at the roads, and we got all the roads and stuff. But my feeling is if we could set up some sort of grant program that we could refund for a while and work with the citizens, and maybe we need to do a simpler fence. I mean, the most permanent, probably nice-looking fence over time, short of an earthquake, would be the concrete fence, which we have in other parts of the city, like along Canal Boulevard. But that's also the most expensive proposal. And maybe we just need to look at a less expensive proposal, like maybe repairing the fence we have. The problem is the wood is falling apart. I mean, there's parts of that section that are just propped up. The other problem is the pillars themselves are deteriorating because they're 25 years old. So I'm not sure what the best way to move forward. We met with the citizens, a couple weeks ago, Mayor? And, you know, we kind of proposed maybe 100,000 in that, and they weren't happy at all with that. So I don't know what the answer is, you know.
So, and I think some that, you know, it's hard because we've had some new council members come in, so I can't remember which meeting it was at, but we had, the council had talked about maybe doing $100,000 as a grant project for the 31 property owners. And if you, I think the square footage, it came out to be about 1950 per square foot that was spread out in the whole area. When we presented that in the council meeting, the residents, some of them there were not pleased. They were hoping that the city would do $300,000. You know, they wanted $60 a foot. And so we met with them to discuss. We understood their concerns. I appreciate Scott and Brittany. I think that you met with them several times to kind of discuss through that. You know, what kind of came out of that meeting was what the residents would really like. You know, the fence cost $400,000, but they'd like the city to participate in $300,000 over 3 years. And the first year, maybe they would just have that first $100,000 go to 10. They only, I think when we were talking with them, they felt like they had about 10 residents that were prepared to move forward with it, that $100,000 would go to the 10 residents. When we asked if that would be 10 consistent residents, that was not the case. It did not appear to be that there would be one area section that would be still spotted along that. You know, I look at this issue as going, okay, unfortunately, we've had, if it be staff, and I think the staff had kind of heard it, and we've heard from Scott saying, hey, at one time, the council told them that they did own the fence.
Right.
And I haven't been able to find that in any minutes to verify. They'll go, hey, what meeting is
Mayor
that?
Ritchie, well, I don't know if it ever went in the minutes. We'd have to go through, but I remember Mayor Ritchie saying, we've looked at it, and they own the fence. But I don't think that ever got communicated to the staff very well.
And so the staff over the time has shared that the city owns the fence. Now with that, the city's also taken some responsibilities by stating that they went and they've made some repairs on the fence, meaning the fence along Alpine Highway. They have also provided staining. We've had a lot of different groups that have come in. So you know, the residents have also helped with the staining. It's not that they haven't jumped it, they recognize. But I guess I look at, okay, if someone was harmed, how do you make them whole? You try to put them back in the same position they were at when they got their window. Well, we've helped maintain it, and so we've tried to help kind of keep it one way. I think, Scott, you brought up a number of things. One way is to do the grant project. Okay, we're going to come up with you go, and if you put your fence in, we'll contribute a certain dollar amount. The other thing is, you brought up maybe fix the fence. We'll
Yeah,
go
maybe
and do
make a cheaper option.
one fix up on that, and then we're going, by the way, this fence is on their property, just if everyone's wondering, this not, the city's determined that fence is 100% on the resident's property.
Are we 100% sure?
No, we got to do a survey. We got to back off that statement, sorry.
My concern on this has to do with, I love the theme wall. I think the Highland fence, when I was going to BYU years ago, I would come into Highland going up to American Fork, and I knew when I was in Highland, I thought it was wonderful. I just thought, wow. But having said that, I like the idea that we have a grant, but we can't compel the owners to replace it right now, and if we don't, we're going to have a patchwork quilt that I'm not sure is really any theme wall or theme that really gains us anything if we have 200 feet of one thing and then 100 feet of something else and 500 feet of something else. We're not going to be able to compel the owners. My thought on the grant was that if the owners go in and put in a vinyl fence that's $40 a linear foot, let's say, and what we want is $80 a linear foot, then we pay the $40. That seems fair, but having said that, how do we ensure that all of the owners will do that? And I put that question back to the residents, back to Nate Woodley, and he sent me a reply. It was actually a video, and I apologize. I have not watched the video yet. And it's like an hour long, and I just haven't taken the time to do that, and I apologize. I wish I had. I should have, and I apologize. But I'm anxious to see that video, but I'm torn because I like the idea of a theme wall, that it's consistent, that it goes back to what Highlands always had, and yet the reality of we're not going to compel any owners to put that up if they don't have the funds to do it. And I think many owners will not have the funds to do it. Then what are we looking at? So it comes back to, are we better off to repair it and give them back something that's in good repair, and then now it's yours?
So you're saying replace the wood slats and do what we can to kind of improve.
Restain it.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
most of the wood will have to be replaced because it's broken down. It's 25 years old. And do we allow, well, I guess we do allow wood fences in this area.
Well, in this area, it's already approved, so they can
so it's
repair
already
the fence.
repaired, yeah.
Whatever's existing.
The concern is, okay, it's going to cost about the same. If we said $100,000, it's going to cost $100,000 to go repair that fence.
Yeah.
Which is, and I'm not sure. I love the beautification. I just don't know how to get it about because you are going to have some residents that don't have the funds. Even if we say, hey, we're going to match $40, we need your 40, well, they might not have it.
That's my biggest concern, is because it seems like 10 of the 31 have been the most active, engaged, and vocal on it. They're ready to say, let's play ball, right? But the other 21 aren't, and that's where I go to the patchwork quilt. 1/3 is doing it, and then it just starts getting really, it's no longer beautification. It's maybe doing right by some of the residents, but I don't know, it accomplishes all the goals.
I certainly appreciate your comments on that because they're probably right on. One thing I've noticed, though, I've been restoring my grandparents' home in Pleasant Grove in an older section, and it was in terrible disrepair. We've been restoring it now for about 3.5 years. It wasn't too far from where Ron lived in Pleasant Grove. But it's been interesting to see what's happening on the street now. As the people next to me basically got their leasers to leave because they were not in good accordance with the law. But they've cut all their trees down. I understand they're going to tear that building down and build a house similar to the one I've restored. And then going down the street, there's 3 other houses that are being restored now, and the one across the street. So sometimes when you start improving things, then people come on board if we can do it in a cost-effective manner. So I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of like a domino effect, I think.
Yeah.
So I liked the idea of the 100,000. I thought it was a fair compromise. I like the idea of replacing what we have. One of the things that I looked at is, so when we do the budget at the first of the year, One thing we did last year was Tyler had a bunch of budget priorities up on like a whiteboard, and we put little stickers by them indicating what our priorities would be. So some of the things that we chose to not fund that were on that list, so staff COLAs, so cost of living increases for staff, a dog park by town center, the rest of the cemetery building, increased funding for trail maintenance and expansion, additional funding for park improvements, playgrounds, capital facilities plan creation, a contracted fire marshal for the building department, tree replacement, the general fund update study, and the transportation utility fee study. So I think if we decide to put a lot of money into this fence, it needs to be because we've ranked it as a priority based on everything else that we need to fund. And those were the things that we were not able to fund last year because we didn't have money. So to me, and the fence was on that list, this would need to come above all those other things on that list.
And I think, Ron, I actually saw Nate's video, and what I saw, and I think it's the same video, because I don't know what he's saying. The video, he was saying, look at this as a beautification of the community. But he also, he kind of...
Which it indeed.
And he goes, so you have the beautification, but maybe not even just along the alpine fence. Maybe there's other areas we look, because I'm going, if we repair this, there's other areas, but like you're saying, but I think what Brittany's bringing up, do we now shift this in as I know we've had residents come in as a priority versus where we had our list, what we wanted to work on in January. Does this move up to the top, or do we need to say, hey, this needs to be put as part of the whole list?
And I think there's twofold. I love the thought of that, Brittany, but I think one is trying to do right by the citizens that have been given wrong information for the better part of a decade plus. So we're wanting to do right by that, and we're wanting to prioritize it. And so it's not just a prioritization from a beautification standpoint. So I don't know if you have any comments on that and how you incorporate that into the discussion.
No, I think it's totally valid. I think what I think we would need to do is reassess our priorities and make sure that that is still at the top of the priorities. And if it is, as compared to all these other things, and it very well maybe after, information from last year, it may end up at the very top.
Right. I think the term residents have been harmed financially. They've been harmed if they wanted to put a fence in 5 years ago and it was $45 a square foot, or a linear foot, and now it's $80. That's harm. Other than that, I don't see the harm. We've maintained the fence. We've had scouting projects go in there, stain it. We've made the repairs. So the harm part of it is not a significant harm. I can see the harm for anybody that did want to do something with cement, and it's far more expensive now than it was at the time when they were told, no, they can't do it because it's our fence. That's harm. But the harm that, or not the harm, but the compensation that seems fair is the difference between what we require and what they can do on their own if they did the cheapest option. And we pay the difference.
Now let's do this. Now let's assume that they did want to do a concrete fence. Yes. It changed that look now along Alpine Highway. I mean, see, did we really want them to do it? So let's even assume that they knew it was their fence. Would have we said, oh yeah, go put a concrete, even though everyone else has this wood? I just go, there's that balancing act of, are we after that unification, or are we okay if it starts to get whatever it kind of wants?
Yeah, it's always problematic. I mean, I would love it to all look like the Tid Cove fence, to be honest.
That nice spread.
That's a beautiful fence. But, you always, in life, you just kind of run up against cost and other things. And I think you brought up some very valid things. I'm starting to lean more and more just to repairing the fence that we have, fixing it up. One of the things we do have to take into account, though, is that fence is getting to be a little bit dangerous. I mean, it's falling apart and a lot of things. And I know it's propped up here and there. So there is some concerns about that, especially if a lot of people have been told it's a city fence. I mean, it's kind of dangerous in places.
So if we do that, we clean it up, fix up what's existing, and then from that point forward,
it's their
residents can do whatever they want with it. And that means if they want a brick wall, they can do a brick wall. If they want to do a concrete wall, they can do that. If they want to take the fence down, they can take the fence down.
That's the question I think the council needs to all, so there's one, what do we do with this existing?
Right.
And two, now what do we, and I think that's what, you have the theme wall going forward, because you know, what do we want, if someone comes in and they want to do a concrete fence, do we want unified so it looks like, what's the name of this other, as the red here?
Tim Cove.
Tim Cove.
It's gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
But that's an expensive fence. I gotta tell you, a cinder block, red cinder block fence, it's gonna be expensive.
Right.
And it looks great. Yeah.
Well, what we can compel residents to do and to spend their money on. I thought that Nate, I really appreciated the thought he put into it in his video. He had a great idea of having like a 10-year plan where it's beautification across the city. So I think that that could be similar to our road maintenance plan, our trail maintenance plan. What I just wondered is if we should have a sidewalk maintenance plan, we have a park maintenance plan. And so again, then it's just prioritizing, you know, a city beautification fund and, you know, just see where it falls for everybody.
Okay.
Well, could you, sorry, one more question. On the list of those things that were turned down for budgetary reasons last year, what was the ballpark in funds that you were looking at using?
It was almost 1.7.
So theoretically then, this next budget cycle, we could be looking at 1.7 that we're prioritizing projects for?
It was 1.7 we didn't have funds for, correct?
Oh.
I'm looking at the total. Tyler, you just sent that to me. I think the 1.7 is what we had to fund those projects.
Okay, so you had 1.7 to work with. Here's the list of projects you could potentially do, and then you were prioritizing the projects based on the budget that was there. So that same type of an exercise will occur next year, and we could look at 400,000 earmarked for that potentially if through the discussion that was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so council, is there any, I mean, this is a discussion. Is it something you want us to bring, do we want to bring it back? And when would we want to bring back, and what form would you like it to come back in?
I guess, so obviously there's a budgetary component to this. If what I'm hearing, if I'm understanding what the council is saying, is this something you want to consider mid-year budget adjustments? So, you know, for this fiscal year, or is this for next fiscal year's budget that won't be available until July?
Well, I think if we improve this fence, we need to do it early.
Okay.
You know, maybe start on it April, May.
So a fiscal year 24 budget adjustment.
So I think it's going to be a 24 budget adjustment.
Is the majority of the council feeling that we're going to look more for a repair and on this fence versus a replacement?
I would love to hear what Kim thinks.
Kim, are you still on?
Yep, I'm sure. Yeah, I think it makes sense to repair and to replace. I just want to have more discussion with the residents along this area. If this is really something, the direction they want to take on this, or if the majority of the residents are just wanting to replace it, then that's something to take into consideration as well.
I think it's only 10 out of the 31 that want to replace it. That's what we've heard.
They seem to be the most vocal.
They seem to be the most vocal. So we're dealing with 21 families that will...
10 that would want to repair it, 21
that probably
haven't seemed super engaged in the process.
No, 10 want replacement. I think they're wanting to have the city bring money in replacement.
That's right.
And so...
Well, we could go back and talk with them and say, look, we're concerned about only 10 out of 30. 1/3 really want to replace. What if we just go ahead and fix it up, and it'll save a lot of money?
So is there any way you can just talk to them and make sure that, you know, they're okay with that? I'm fine with that decision. I think they'll look right repair as well.
Okay. So what is Scott and Brittany, do you want to go back and talk with them, or do you think just...
Sure.
I mean, it's...
What do you think?
I'm always happy to go talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to.
Or we could do a survey.
I don't want to do a survey.
Well, one thing that I do wonder, and I don't know if anyone has done this, but if we're talking to just the 10, that's only 1/3 of the block.
Correct.
Like, is there any way that we can engage the the other 20?
I mean, and I know we joke about the survey. Would it be nice to know what
Can we
31?
survey the 31 is what I'm asking. I'm not saying survey all of Highland, but.
No.
Well, that actually is a very good idea, because we know the addresses of those 31.
Right,
Why can't we just say, hey, these are our options, and, you know, are you willing just to let us kind of help with the repair, or do you want a new fence? And if it's a new fence, how much are you willing to pay for it? Because that's the problem. I mean, if we had lots of money, we could do it. Yeah.
If we were to do this and you had this period of time, that you would actually put your money towards replacing, like, I just would love to know.
Right.
What if,
That, 1/3 is small.
Well, and to me, you know, when it costs 400 and they're asking the city to put 300,000 and yet they own it, I go, to me, it's a little bit abusive. I just, you know, that's how I saw it. I was going, but I understand the grant process that we want to have beautification.
And it was beautification, I think, was the argument. It wasn't necessarily trying to beat us up. I think it was, hey, here's the pitch. If we're going to do it, here's the win for you and for the win for us, right?
Yeah.
What if staff got a bid for repair? Sorry, I'm volunteering Andy for jobs. Got a bid for what's it going to cost to repair, right? And so the council has a ballpark of what that is, and then we say essentially council's willing to put in X, say the 100,000, right? And we can repair it, and then it's all yours. Or we could put this money towards replacement, but how quickly would you do that, right? Because I think that's
Well, you'd have to do it in phases. Yeah.
right.
That might be really good. I know that she just kind of, but that would probably be good, because we're going, okay, what are we really looking at if we're willing to do the repair? We have, what's your other options with that money you'd like to see?
And that repair needs to include the stability of the piers. Are they really, the pillars?
Some of them are good.
Are they sturdy? I had brick on out on a mailbox, and over time, it was built in 1989, this was built in 70-something, right? So it's older brick, and that brick was deteriorating from moisture getting in it and then expanding in the freeze.
I think most all these subdivisions went in at least right around maybe 98 after.
Oh.
Because now those homes around.
They've been there 25 years.
Yeah, about
25 years. So anyway, we need to look at the stability of the footings on it, and I mean, do we have to do anything to make them more stable and less dangerous, if you will?
Okay, does staff feel like they have a direction in how to go now? I think that was a good suggestion, to kind of see what we thought cost would be, and then we could say, hey, is that what we would like to do that. Okay, we're now going to move on to our next discussion item, which is Mountain Ridge Park. And that will be done by Andy.
Mayor and council, you may be wondering what your mystery treat cups are at your desk. So I invite you to grab your treat cups there. And
I
this
tried
is
to
your,
eat this.
Yeah, don't eat them, please. Do not eat them. They are not for eating. But this is your opportunity to have your own little souvenir piece of Mountain Ridge Park. We are currently installing the all-ability surfacing, or the rubberized surfacing in the park. And so the picture that you're looking at on your screen is where it was as of about 10 a.m. this morning. So what they do is they put down that little kind of the black material that's kind of a little bit chopped up. They're all made out of, it's all recycled tires, and so and then they put a bonding agent in it, and they spread it out, and then they'll come back and they'll put on the color coat, which is your multicolored pellets there. So it is a temperature-dependent process. This week is great. Next week is borderline.
How many days above 45 does it have to be? 7?
Well, it just has to cure out at the heat, and it has to be above 40. And so we're racing the weather. We don't know exactly what it will be, but we are putting it down as fast as they can. And so the real question is, we want to give you an update, and they say it will take about 3 weeks to put down the entire surfacing on the playground. It's a very large playground, and while they've made a lot of progress with the initial coat, or the springy coat, if you will, it takes a little longer for them to do the color coat. So it's going to take somewhere between 2 to 3 weeks, provided the weather and the temperatures allow. If we get a certain way into this, and we get slowed up due to weather on the playground, the question is, would the council then want to open, say, the pickleball courts and other things. There's still some work that's got to be done over the next 10 days or so before the pickleball courts could be opened. And so for the short term, it's probably not, an option to open the pickleball courts, but let's say we got weather shut us down for the playground servicing. Would we want to go ahead and kind of cordon off the playground and then open up the pickleball courts and the parking lots and other things there, the facilities that could be opened? Wanted to get a little thought from the council there as to whether you'd be interested in opening a partial park, or whether you want to just stay the course and open that initial phase once it's all done. That's kind of the question, and then just give you a general update. It does look like once they're putting down grass in front of the playground right now, and then they'll turn attention to grass behind the big sidewalk. And so probably somewhere into the early weeks of November, all of the grass will be down, weather holding. All of the servicing will be down, and so we'll be looking at something that could be opened somewhere in early November if weather holds. If it doesn't, that's where the partial opening question comes in.
But if the weather doesn't hold for putting the surface down, wouldn't the weather get in the way of the pickleball courts?
There's some dedicated pickleballers there.
I'm not a pickleballer.
If it's not snowing in a blizzard, they're playing.
Oh my!
There's some pickleball aficionados.
That shows my naivete.
So if they're not,
it's a turkey trot. It's going to be
Right.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
So my feeling is, I mean, it'd be nice to open up part of the park early, but I think it'd be nice to have as much done before we have kind of like a grand opening. I think it's going to be hard to say, well, the pickleball courts are open, but don't touch the playground. And so like that, I just think we should probably keep it fenced off. And of course, the corollary there, and we really need to talk about this, is we need to do the fundraising before the end of the year because people are going to take tax deductions. And we've kind of held off some of the letters and some of the brochure and things because of the controversy over the alcohol. But I'd just like to find out what our timeline is there. And I know you've been swamped with the survey and everything.
Well, hey, since you just bumped out my survey deadline data timeline, I think we should be able to get that out, honestly, in the next few weeks, probably before your November meeting.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have it up by November because that gives people, because a lot of people will make charitable donations at the end of the year for tax purposes. And there's been some money coming to the foundation. I don't know exactly how much is in there. I'll have to check with the treasurer. But at the same time, I think we need to do our push because I'm getting lots of positive comments about, wow, that's a beautiful park.
This will come in a lot of different things. So Andy, I'd recommend, if it's okay, I actually went and stopped in there today. I was kind of curious about how this was going down. And I was really impressed with the park, and I thought it might be nice to have, and I don't know if this Thursday it's a good weather, maybe we can set up a time to have the council, if we need to notice if there's going to be more than 3 that want to come, and we go and walk. It is impressive to see this playground. It's impressive to go walk through where you put the different pavilions, and it's good to get a visual of what's going on in the back, and then walk over by the pickleball and going, this is quite a park. I mean, this playground is quite a playground. But I think that will get us excited. Another reason why I probably want to have the council, it's kind of a fundraising pitch to say, okay, we've got to go, if you envision trees around the whole park, we need to go talk to every one of these homes because they might want to donate some trees that go right behind their house. Then and we can start brainstorming about, okay, who might we can talk to about pavilions and do some brainstorming.
And the flagpole.
But it is fun to see this black, they're wheelbarrowing all of this, and like Andy, and then you go there and they have 2 guys that have like these cement smoothers. They're out there using like these little cement smoothers to put all this down. And so there's 2 kind of there at the little churning thing, making this all up. You got 2 on a wheelbarrow, and you got 2 finished, and then you go, and there's about another 20 guys that are all over putting down all the sod. There's a lot of work going on. But the concern when I talked with the gentleman from Sontag is they're worried about people coming and stepping on this. At night, they've noticed there's footsteps in the, on the playground area. They're wondering if we need to get a separate fence around this playground. But he's saying that it's not, are they closing off the entrances where they can drive in? Because he thought that maybe they haven't been.
They're supposed to be. I'll remind them they have relaxed on that. They're supposed to be closing them off each night, but I've seen a few times when they left them open, and I am often reminding them to do that. But if you got that out of sound tag today, I will remind them on that, because we don't want any problems with the surfacing.
Yeah, and they're nervous about it. They're nervous if people come, if it's trying or curing with people walking on it. And so that's, I think we've got to, right now, like you said, for the next little bit, while they're trying to get this down, we need to do everything we can to keep people. I know everyone wants to go there, but they need to stay away so we can kind of finish. I'm with Scott on, let's hold off. I'll tell you what, you have a lot of construction going around, a lot of equipment moving around. If you have people there, it kind of hurts in how you can kind of get everything down.
So, and I think in a very kind way, the main contractor, we should tell them they've got to fence it off, or they'll be responsible for the damage that's done because it wasn't fenced. And I think sometimes that gets more compliance.
Mayor, I think we should wait, and I like the idea of going and taking a look around, and then we can start sharing that QR code on social media, which will be a much more pleasant experience, I think.
Do we want any, Council, will this Thursday work for some of?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, Andy, can we, you go in the afternoon, I think it's good weather, it was nice walking over there. Scott, usually you're off on Thursdays, I don't know if this...
Yeah, I'll be in Salt Lake and this Thursday afternoon, but I could arrange my schedule, like if you did it early. I'm just trying to get my car repaired.
Like at 10 or something like that? Or?
Earlier is better for me.
Yeah, I was thinking more like around noon.
Oh, noon, okay.
I can do noon.
Okay, so
I like
I think
the
we have to do a
bonding stuff
notice,
put in
and we're going to do a
The
council
bonding stuff.
gathering. So
Yes.
at this,
There's no
hey,
bonding.
Kim, are you back on Thursday?
I don't get back until Thursday night, so I think we're going to do another day then.
Okay, so why don't we put down noon on Thursday? Yeah. Let's look at calendars.
If you want, I can go with, well, we already have more than 3.
No, we can notice it so you can have,
Yeah.
or you can wait to go with Kim.
Kim, I want to go with you also.
I can do noon, I have a meeting at 10:30 with this gentleman. Okay. So
Oh, I got you, Kim.
why don't we go ahead and notice, we'll have at least three council members there, and we'll do a walkabout. Andy, where do you want to meet at? You want to meet there at the park?
Yeah, I think that's best. We'll just meet at the park, at the entrance that's closest to the, well, actually,
Just why don't we meet at the line?
let's meet by the pickleball courts.
Okay.
That way we'll be out of the way. There's less going on by the pickleball
Noon
courts.
on Thursday.
Right. And this would be a good week to do it because I think next week's storms are coming in again.
On Wednesday, we start getting cold and storms.
Yeah.
And I think, to be honest, you guys are going to love it.
I'm excited.
I got, holy Toledo.
I've driven by it, it's like,
It's amazing.
Oh, wait till you start walking. Okay, anything else on Mountain Ridge that staff needs on direction or anything that way?
just congratulations and great work. Wow.
Well, we appreciate it. It is looking, it's looking exciting. And now you each have your souvenir piece of Mountain Ridge Park. There you
But
go.
I don't get the bonding stuff, you know.
Yeah, you didn't get the bonding stuff.
You can get on Thursday.
You have to add your own glue.
No, but I think it's just kind of, it gets you excited about the park. So, okay, we're now going to move on to item number 5D, which is cemetery maintenance building. And that is Aaron.
Andy and I are tag teaming this one as well, and I'll let Andy kick it off.
Okay, Council, we'll just kind of recap where we've been on the cemetery maintenance building. So what is in our budget and what we can afford is, without any type of budget adjustment, is a version of the building you're looking at on the screen that is 30 feet wide by 40 feet deep. The colors can be different, but this or something very similar is what we can afford. We've got $48,000 in the budget for a structure at the, or for an improvement at the cemetery storage yard. So what staff had recommended was that we go about $20,000 over that budget and actually build a 40 by 40 metal building, which gives us a little bit more room, and that would include a concrete floor, because the one that fits in the budget does not have the money. We don't have enough money for the floor. 2 weeks ago, sorry, I'm trying to remember which council meeting. 2 weeks ago, the council said, will you go and investigate what it would cost? This is a, we talked earlier and we awarded the construction for our 6000 West pump station. This is a picture of our Murdoch pump station, and the council said, will you go and get us a price of what it would take to build a similar looking building, a little bit bigger than this one, at the cemetery. So we did that. We went out to a contractor, had him get us a price. For the contractor's price, it would be about $260,000. We'd have to spend about $10,000 in design monies, and then we'd want to add a little bit of contingency into that planning, so it would be around $300,000 for that building. That would be a little bit bigger, because if we were going to go to that permanent standpoint, we'd want to make sure that it's plenty big to do what we need to do. So that's a 42 by 46 building, so just slightly bigger than that metal option we were just talking about. But like I said, if we were going to go to that permanent stage, it felt like the right thing to do to make sure we had enough room in that. And that would be just for the shell. We'd have to later on finish the offices and the plumbing and the electrical and other things, but that would give you the enclosure and the permanent enclosure, if you will. So that's kind of where we are from a materials standpoint. Aaron's going to talk about our funds and our options.
So Cemetery Fund 101 for council education here. So we have a perpetual care cemetery fund that is separate from our general fund. Right now, there's very little money like sitting there banking money, because all of that money, the net revenue, is being transferred back to the general fund. Because before we had this care fund, the general fund was making all of these contributions for, the land purchase and all the improvements. And so right now, the care fund is actually, quote unquote, paying back the general fund for all of those upfront costs. The intention
and how
is...
much is left?
So we think in about 2025, it depends on lot sales, right? Or plot sales, I should say. But we think in about 2025, it will be paid off. So there's about 600,000 left still to be done there. And so how it works is the net revenue, after we do closeout, right, from the previous fiscal year, we pay that amount back in the following fiscal year, right? So there's a year delay, essentially, as we make those transfers. Unfortunately, when we were creating the budget and working on the budget in January, after that point, we projected where we thought lot sales were going to end, right, and expenses. But after that point, we saw a decrease in lot sales that we were not expecting. So we had seen an increase in plot sales previous years, we think, because of COVID. Not just, people were getting sick and passing away, but honestly, people were taking care of pre-needs at that point, right? It was on people's minds. So ultimately, we saw a decrease, and so already where we stand today, we're going to have to decrease the transfer to the general fund by $38,000 because we sold $38,000 less than we were anticipating. So sorry, 262.
From the fund back to the general fund.
Yes, so
the $300,000, now it's $38,000 less.
Yes, so it's $38,000 less than what, and it's somewhere in the range of $250,000 is what we were anticipating on transferring back, but we'll have to decrease that by $38,000, which, ultimately means that the general fund has less revenue this year, right? So we might need to dip into prior years carryover, right, to be able to make up that balance, right? Because we were planning on that $38,000 ultimately.
Do we know what our plot fees are, cost, compared to surrounding areas?
We haven't done that since we most recently updated our, we do a study associated with the the Perpetual Care Fund.
Yeah.
Though Stephanie, do you have any more detail on that as to what we are in relation?
Last time I looked, we were pretty comparable, although I did have a resident come in the other day and say that we were much lower. So I think we do need to look into that again and make sure that we're in line with what we should be, and I'm sure that we'll be doing that relatively
we have
soon.
experts sitting up here that can probably talk to you and give you some ideas.
John, I've got your number.
Yes.
He's told us we're doing a really good deal right now for a perpetual care on this.
Well, and I think that should be looked at. I don't think the cost is what's going to up or lower it's not going to reduce how many people will buy the plots. That's a whole independent thing of the cost itself. So whether it's 1,200 or 1,600, I don't know that makes much difference.
Well, and I did have a question about this. Yes, my career has been in death care, so I understand this pretty well. I just think we're missing out on a lot of opportunities that we could to get greater exposure to the cemetery. I think exploring things like mausoleums on the parts of the property that are not as desirable to help with noise barriers and the tumbleweed that comes out. I think adjustment, or at least doing an assessment on the price of the plots, is super important. Where are they going if they're not going here? There's just a lot that I think we could do. I don't know how that works, but I'd love to get involved just as a volunteer to help try and stimulate that too, because I think we could make more money to then do the type of building that we want to do there, and actually do even more than that with time to make it.
And you bring up an interesting thing. I think we have to watch. There might be some demographic change where we're burying. This is for burial, but I think there's some. If they're cremated, is that the mausoleum?
Yeah, but you can also do above ground for traditional as well. So that's an option. So you can go vertical, and it's not going crazy vertical, but you can do beautiful walls along the side, where the road is, to block the noise. Right now it's just an open metal fence, and so you're getting all the tumbleweed that's coming through, the wind that's coming through. You can actually block that, it blocks the noise. You have the ability to do some beautiful walls. The cremation rate is on the rise, even in Utah County. So with time, that's there. It's another option to actually get more availability than what has been currently planned. Anyways, there's a lot of different things. I even think if we do a greater job of doing Memorial Day type events, getting the community out to the cemetery, seeing the property, then it's going to be top of mind too. We don't have COVID anymore, but we can still bring the community out, and we should. I just think it needs to be a real highlight of the community that we have this great cemetery.
And I'd like to, you bring up Memorial Day. We have a whole veterans area that I think it's now been installed for 15 years. We haven't, there's these little blocks that you could put a veteran's name on. We have a whole veteran area there that we need to kind of start focusing on. Like you said, I think just kind of watching what we can do to help with the community.
I think even with the new texting program that we implemented, I think you could invite the citizens out on Memorial Day for whatever the event is, grave cleanings, so many different things that I think we can do to get the community more involved. It's going to give greater exposure. But anyways, lots of ideas.
Such great ideas, though. I love it. I think that the cemetery is one of the most important things that we do.
I agree, too.
Right.
So I love that.
So commenting about the building, again, it comes down to a cost issue, just like the fence we've discussed and the improvements in the park. It looks to me like the building that you proposed, the metal one, even the nicer one at $67,000, for the cost of the bigger, nicer one, we could put in 3 of those or replace those. My concern, and the reason I kind of lean towards the nicer one, is I was just wondering about wear and tear on a metal building. If your equipment would kind of knock into the walls, or the wind, we have so much wind in the island. But, there is cost problems here. And so I'm starting to, unless we revise everything, and I think there's very good discussion items by John and Ron, I'm thinking we're going to have to, you need some sort of shed or something now, right, a building?
Yeah,
I mean, because if we adjust everything, that's going to take a period of months or years.
Well, and we have several $100,000 worth of equipment that we need to store.
Yeah,
right.
So we might just need to go with the cheaper option for the time
We've spent a
being.
lot of money the last couple of years on some additional equipment, kind of making our cemetery equipment better, and so you've got 2 things going on. Number one, you've got the equipment that's out there, kind of, for whomever comes to visit the cemetery, to kind of nose around, and not that there's been a lot of problems with it, but you'd like to avoid any problems with that. Number 2, we've got that equipment that's kind of aging, in the sun and in the weather and the elements. And number 3, that kind of collective area is a little bit unsightly right now, with what we've got. Our guys are doing the best, but the storage container is not really a thing of beauty, and kind of the collective area with the equipment kind of scattered around. It could use a little better forward, so to
Sure.
speak.
So I'm kind of leaning towards the $78,000 option for the time being, but as we make adjustments in cemetery costs and all that, to maybe have a plan to put a nice permanent building maybe in 4 or 5 years.
That I could not
What
agree
do
more.
you think? I just think-
5-year plan.
Yeah,
where-
5-year plan.
Yeah.
Well, and even
And we're going to have this $600,000 paid off in a couple of years, 3 years at the most, let's say. So that gives you 2 more years to build up 300, by then it's going to be 350,000. But then put up, in other words, what we're approving is a temporary building that we want to replace in 5 years. That's the only way I would approve it, personally.
Yeah, I support Ron.
It has to be a plan.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
The one other thing I would add to the 78,000 though is a little bit in just landscaping. I would probably plant hedges or something to just kind of
Soften it
a little bit so it doesn't look like a stark barn that's there. I don't think that would be a ton additional, but that's what I would do.
But we could maybe pick an earth tone color or something.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be bright red.
It doesn't have to be a red
Bright
barn.
red's just a picture that we
That's a
have for the sample, but yeah, the thought was it would be a little more. We'd probably, well, at least we were thinking a green roof, and we were actually kind of thinking of modeling colors after the CMU building, meaning pick
Yeah,
kind of a
it could be
tan or taupe
similar colors,
type
yeah.
wall and a green roof, but just in the metal product.
My recommendation, you mentioned that when panels get hit, a metal panel gets hit, if we choose colors that are common they have, they'll have replacements.
That's an excellent.
Yeah, so I would,
Choose
we
some
want-
common color.
Yeah, do something common they've had in stock for a while, so if there is an accident, we have, you just go buy that panel.
That's a good suggestion.
Or buy a few replacement panels up front, because they always are out of stock when you want.
We're gonna put trees around it, so they'll hit the tree first.
There you go. That's my vote.
Okay,
Okay.
what do you think?
Council, you got directions now from council?
Yeah, we got direction. This will require a vote by the council at the next meeting. So based on that, we'll bring back that with the recommendation as has been indicated by the council.
Okay. We'll now move on to item number E, which is the pressurized irrigation long-term financial obligations, and that's Tyler Barr.
Before we review, Mayor and Council, share with you this information regarding the balances that are owed long-term on the enclosure of the Murdoch Canal. Not a whole lot to update on this piece. Any questions there before I moved off of that?
So if by chance we had extra money, can we pay off ahead, or we have to pay it by a little bit by 35?
A little bit by,
We've talked about this.
Right.
You can't do a prepayment.
Right.
Okay.
So, and then just reminding you kind of where we were with the shares, because where we landed last meeting is the council said, if you recall, it was tired, it was late, everyone was tired, and we said, let's talk about this at a meeting where we got a little more time, and it's not quite so late. So this graphic's just intended to show, what happened with a base share at that time when the canal was piped. So at the time, one share was intended to represent 1 acre-foot. But in any type of irrigation system that's an open irrigation system, the company always experiences losses getting it from the source to the end user. And so what the Provo River folks came back to all the users and said, okay, for your base share, you're going to own, so this is representative if it was 1 share of Highland Conservation District, because that 1 share is 1 acre-foot. So for your base share, you're going to own 0.9 acre-foot. But if you want to get the benefit of this burial, the canal burial, or your saved share, they call it saved because the water was saved where it used to be lost through either evaporation or seepage into the ground, then you're going to have to pay your portion of the canal burial. And users had their option to say, okay, well, if you don't want to pay that, you can forego that and somebody else will buy it. So
they're buying 1/10 of a
yeah,
share.
You're essentially, for your canal burial costs, you're picking up 1/10 of a share.
Yeah.
1/10 of the water. So when we look at, when a developer brings water to the city, Currently, what we say is, okay, if you give us one of the shares that they didn't pay for the canal burial costs at the time, we're only going to give you 90% of the credit. So on the left side of the screen, that's intended to represent what the developer gets credit for. So if they need to give us 1 acre foot, they have to give us that base share plus a 1/10 of an acre foot extra, because we say, okay, ultimately the city has to pay the cost for that extra water, and so we're not going to give you credit for that. So the city ends up netting a little bit of extra water. So last time you asked me, well, what would my choice be? I'd say I'd take the extra water, because we always need all the water we can get on those dry years. We also have the option that if the developer wants to give us the 1 share and get full credit for that 1 acre foot, they can also just pay us $1,000 too. It's about $1,000 that we charge. It's a little different, but it's in the range of $1,000. And they can pay us $1,000, and then in theory, we have the money to pay for that water share. In that case, the city comes out to the good, because, right now there's about, $500 left to pay on that given share. It's about $50 a year, and it's for another 13 years. So these are round numbers, right? So that's our policy right now. So it is true that as people continue, and most of the developers who give us the water just give us the extra water. So most of the developers taking that left side picture there. So every time the developer gives us a share, we inherit a little extra obligation, but we also get some extra water at a fairly discounted rate, because the developer, whoever they've obtained the water from, has already paid 12 years of payments on that. So we only have to pay the last it was 25-year payments. It depends on, we're right at the midpoint right now, so 12 or 13 years. So we get the extra water at a discounted rate, and the city has the benefit of the extra water. But it does increase our balance sheet, if you will. Staff's recommendation would be continue per the status quo, but if the council wanted to give us the direction that, nope, we're only going to accept the option on the right, then we'll certainly follow your direction.
So you prefer option 1, is that correct?
I prefer, well, I think right now we're in a win-win scenario in that, if the developer is like, I barely have enough water, it's like, okay, well then just give us, the money, and you're made whole and we're made whole. But in most scenarios, I prefer option 1, because yes, it does cost the city a little bit of money, but we're getting that extra water at a discounted rate, because we're only paying for the last 12 years, and we increase our water portfolio.
But it's the developer's option, is that right?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
It's the developer's option.
It's the developer's option right now. It's either or.
We prefer they do option 1, but...
Yeah, I prefer option 1, but either or is acceptable to us right now. So, and for Ron and John's benefit, this all kind of comes up because when we were talking about our end-of-year balances and our end-of-year audit, sorry, that was the word I couldn't come up with, our auditor recognizes this payoff to the Provo River as a debt, even though the actual debt or the actual obligation isn't between Highland City and Provo River Water Users Association. It's the irrigation companies that have that obligation, but then we as a shareholder of the irrigation companies kind of have that obligation, if you will. So that's kind of what led us to this point. I probably should have explained that early on. So if you just leaving our picture and kind of going to our summary, our current practice is, as stated in those 2 bullet points, to allow the developer to bring in 10% extra water or to pay cash, and in either way, the canal companies have told us at this point they're not going to let us pay it off early. They're just like, no, just pay the shares until it's paid off. So either way, in either option, whatever option we take, as we acquire more shares, we'll continue to see our balance sheet go up a little bit by those, our obligation on the balance sheet go up a little bit by those additional shares, if you will, from year to year. So and with that, we'd accept direction from the council as how you'd like us to proceed.
So right now, you're doing option 1 and option 2.
Right now, we're going to option 1 or option 2.
Council, do you want to change, is there any change saying we only want to do one option, or are you okay with what's been going on?
Let me just ask a quick question. If, just kind of a ballpark figure, how many of the developers are picking one over the other?
They're all picking the left side, option 1.
Option 1? Well, let's just go with option 1.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I think if we're going to go with just option 1, it doesn't hurt anything to leave option 2 as an option, just simply because the reason why is, and there's a reason why I'm saying that, because we've had a couple developments that are really struggling to get enough water and have been stalled because they're trying to find their water, and so it might be that they barely get enough water, and so that option to pay that money might make a difference to a few of them. But for the most part, those that are turning it in, they're doing it.
So can we say we prefer option 1, but option 2 is still an option?
Yes, certainly. And I'm just trying to leave as much option as we can for the development community to meet the obligation of the city is all. And normally, if it was a couple of years ago, I'd have said, yeah, let's just go straight with option 1. But knowing what's going on right now, and people are, I think after the last couple of drought years, shareholders are saying, I don't know that I'm ready to part with this water.
Is that driving the price up for sure?
Yeah. Ultimately, yeah, right. Scarcity in the market drives the price up.
Yeah.
But
I've had to buy them, and they're not cheap.
No, they are not cheap.
So council, are you okay with keeping both options? Do we want to, I mean, is it enticing for them to do option 2? Should we raise it from 1,000 to 1,200 to try to get, to try to push the one option more?
Yeah. I mean, certainly you can incentivize option 1.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I like
that idea.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So option 1's this. I mean, at 1,200. I mean, if they're going to choose it, we're getting a little better bump, but at the same time, we wouldn't want to try and incentivize them, but there's an option they can buy it.
Yeah, there's an option. If they're stuck, they can buy it, and so they can move forward, but it's incentivized as option 1. I like that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We can use the money to build the little building there.
Yeah.
For the new pump station.
Sounds good. Okay, with that, I think we've gotten that direction. We'll now move on to item number F, which is Lehigh DR Horton future development. My favorite.
Okay, so, Mayor and Council, in 2021, the city entered an agreement with Lehigh City and DR Horton. And this is relative to the property that's shown on the screen. It's located at the northwest corner of 11800 North and Highland Boulevard. So DR Horton acquired all of the property around Micron, or what was then Micron, now is in Texas Instruments. And several items were part of that agreement. That agreement set the density that would be on this property. It's just under 600 units. It also detailed that there would be a cost-sharing percentage for different improvements. So I'm going to go to the cost-sharing and the kind of highlights of that agreement. So the agreement stipulates that Highland will pay for 1/3 of the whatever we have to do to make that intersection at 11800 North and Highland Boulevard function well. A third of it will be paid by DR Horton, and a third of it will be paid by Lehigh. It also says that if Highland City wants the center median islands to perpetuate along the frontage of this development as they are in the rest of Highland Boulevard, that Highland has to pay for 1/2 of the cost of those islands. It did stipulate that if an adjacent owner in Highland City was willing to facilitate a trail connection on their property, that the developer would connect a trail to that point. We are told by the Horton representatives that that resident has changed their mind and has opted not to have that trail connect. And then it does say that Lehigh pays for 1/2 of the maintenance cost of this area. So I've provided each of you on your desk a picture of the latest plan from D.R. Horton as it pertains to Highland Boulevard. The reason why I provided it to you in paper is because while it's shown on the screen, it is a little difficult to understand on the screen. So this is what they are proposing. It does show some islands in the center of Highland Boulevard. You'll note that, and I'm going to highlight on the screen, except for I can't highlight on the screen because I'll just describe it. I don't have the mouse. I just suddenly realized I didn't have the mouse to point with the pointer. But just to the left on your screen of 11800 North intersection is a road that shows an access to Highland Boulevard, kind of has a little cul-de-sac off it. That's a road that we never discussed in any of the early connection or any of the early discussions, and so that's an additional connection that they're asking for. But there are breaks shown in those islands to facilitate that turn, and so you'll note that if you look at the island and the different turn lanes that are required for the different intersections, there's only really a couple of big long islands, and it's really just that one in the middle of the screen, if you will. It's a kind of an island. Other than that, they're just kind of channelizing islands, but they're not really planted islands. Now, if you were to get rid of that connection, then you would have the opportunity to have a bigger island kind of going all the way to the 11800 North intersection. And we really don't need a turn lane, I don't think, at the little, well, we do, yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to describe it best without a mouse. But anyway, when we say islands, the point of that was that there still have to be breaks in islands, and there still has to facilitate turn lanes, and so not all of them will be, vegetated, if you will.
On the islands and having Highland pay half of it, is that a precedent that we've done before?
I think the concept was, since they're only half the street, why should they have the complete burden of improving the
because they want to develop.
And why didn't we have the other side of the street build the islands? The answer is because the full street width wasn't dedicated and improved at that point. One way or another, the city signed it, so that's the deal, I guess, if you will.
So this is a signed deal?
The agreement's signed, so we just have to decide.
Oh, my heavens.
We just have to decide, do we want the islands or not?
Okay, we're just looking at options then. Okay.
Yeah, we're just looking at options.
This is a very testy council meeting in July, first meeting in July.
If I would have been here, it would have been more testy.
Well, this area that Lehigh annexed was in the annexation plan for Highland.
Yeah.
And, I was never happy about this because, of course, they turned around and put it all in high density. And they kind of...
I can tell.
I mean, that's kind of wasn't what they...
It's on the perimeter, which I don't care as much about, but I still care. It's like...
There was some letters that were done between some mayors. I mean, the history is when it came in, there was already some letters going back and forth as to, saying, hey, that the council, I don't know, what was it, 2014 or something, or 15, that said that they would do some things that they, allowed to go into Lehigh. I mean, the other problem is the county, and there's new laws that the property owner gets to kind of decide usually where they want to annex into. And we were trying to work through that. We could fight that annexation, but this is a brokered, this is where the agreement came from. So with that, like Annie, there is a new, so like you're saying, there's a new entrance onto Highland Boulevard,
and we're not bound to say yes to that. We don't have to say yes to that. They're asking, hey, can we have that?
Okay, so Sky Estates, was that in the agreement, the one up by Sky Estates?
The Sky Estates one's really not in the agreement. The balance of it's not contemplated, but I think, it does make logical sense to me for there at least to be two accesses to Highland Boulevard, because that's a lot of homes to only have one access, right? The primary focus and the assumption at the time was that the bulk of the traffic from this development that was going to access Highland Boulevard was going to do so through the 11800 North access, because most of them were going to be going south to, the balance of the valley. Certainly there are some that will go north, go up over Suncrest, et cetera, but a lot of your destination, if you will, is south.
But the one that's midway was not, I mean,
yeah, the one
that's
that
the
midway
first
wasn't
time I've seen it.
contemplated, and then, like I said, we probably, if we really wanted to fight it out, probably wouldn't have to say yes to the one at the Sky Estates, but that one does seem a little logical to me. The one in the middle is the one that I think is definitely up
And
for
that's,
discussion.
so there's, either we can, go ahead. Kim, you having something? Okay, so with, hey, Kim, you're being heard by the county.
Kim.
Kim?
Kim, you're on public here.
Kim, you need to pick your kids up at soccer. No. Okay, Amy, is there a way to bring that volume down? Or mute her? Is there a way to mute her?
Kim?
You text her. Okay, we got it.
Well, we might have muted her. But,
So here's one is you can say no. One is it gives you a negotiation if you want to say, hey, for this, and I'm just, they're asking something that was not contemplated. And then, however, the leverage has, this is Highland City property, they're going over to open this in. There is a parkway detail along this whole area that the city owns, so if they open up this area, they're actually coming across Highland City property to access this new area. Does that make sense? So they're asking to come across our property as a new entrance. So there is some...
I will point out to the council that one of the base tenets of the agreement is that they will improve the frontage of their property to have the parkway detail, and that's what you see in the cross section is kind of the shaded area showing their improvements. So they are planning to improve the parkway detail on their frontage and build it so that it looks like the road looks uniform all the way.
But that was in the agreement.
That is in the agreement.
They're already bound by that.
They are planning to do that.
So the question, I think, we got to, I think there's three questions.
There's actually four. If I can get to my last slide and we'll summarize these and then we'll come back to this view. So I just wanted to stick this in here. This runaway truck ramp is actually up near Bear Lake. So there's a question. We have had a few runaway trucks, not a lot, but it has happened a couple times where we've had trucks lose their brakes coming off the hill.
Do you know what the percent grade is there?
I think the percent grade from the Utah County side is about 8% all the way up, but I don't know, it's roughly that, because this is the school bus access side of the hill. So we're going to talk a little bit about runaway truck ramps here in a second. So the discussion points and the guidance that we need to give to D.R. Horton are summarized on this slide. So we need to decide what we favor as a city at the 11800 North intersection. Do we favor a roundabout or a traffic signal? Their traffic engineers are telling us that in a 2050 scenario, we would have to have a double lane roundabout. A single lane roundabout would work for a number of years, but they haven't modeled exactly when it would begin to become congested. If you look at the city's long-term master plan, at least current master plan, it says that Highland Boulevard will one day be expanded to 5-lane. I think that's probably something that we're going to look at fairly closely as we look at our general plan update to know if that's true and to know if the city supports that. But the premise would be that at a certain point we may be doing some additional changes to Highland Boulevard, and so at a certain point do you expand that roundabout or do you go with the guaranteed option of a traffic signal? Because the traffic engineers are saying, hey, the traffic signal works for sure. A single lane roundabout will work for a while, and a double lane roundabout should work for the long term. But if you're going to have a double lane roundabout, what do you have to have? You have to have double lanes leading into it, right? And so you are doing some additional expansion there at some day of the roadway. We also need to give them guidance whether we want the median islands or not. We have to give them feedback on that additional access that the mayor was just talking about, the thumbs up, thumbs down. We have to decide if we want to try and incorporate anything for runaway trucks in this corridor. Their traffic study does note that in a 2050 scenario, they forecast there will be enough conflict at Grant that it would require a traffic signal or some type of, traffic device there. They're recommending traffic signal there. And then it also does note that there does need to be some improvements down at SR 92 at a certain point as well to facilitate movement from Highland Boulevard to SR 92. So for just a minute, I'd like to talk about traffic signals and the pluses and the minuses.
Can I just clarify something, Andy?
Sure.
So Highland City owns Highland Boulevard basically after this agreement went into effect. We own it from 11800 South, right, to SR 92. It's a city road.
It's a city road.
Right, and so expanding it to 5 lanes is a big cost for our city. And as you go north of that, because Lehigh's going to pay half of it, but one of the reasons we'd have to expand that road is because of their high-density subdivision there. That kind of grates on me a little bit. Of course, I oppose them annexing this anyway. But I think we've got to be really careful about getting into agreement where Highland City has to pay for a 5-lane road to help the traffic up in Lehigh without them helping us, you know what I mean?
And I understand your point, and I'm not going to debate that point. My only counter is at this point, we've already agreed to let them connect, right?
Right.
So we've already agreed to let them connect.
But we didn't agree to expand the road so they have to.
No, we did not. My only point of bringing up the 5-lane road at this point is not to forecast that we are going to expand it. It's to say if a roundabout is preferable. So there's 2 ways to look at the roundabout. Oddly enough, you could look at the roundabout much like we just did the cemetery building. We could look at the roundabout as, you know what? Roundabout's a preferable solution for the next time period, let's say 15 years. And then at a certain point, there's probably going to get to be enough traffic that something else is going to have to be done at that intersection. Now, is that something else expanding to a double-lane roundabout, or is that something else converting to a traffic signal? And so you could look at it like we just talked about the cemetery building. Well, maybe it's best to build the little lesser expensive building for now and then do something different later.
Different in the future.
The benefit to a roundabout at this location is that a direct side swipe or T-bone, if you will, accident is unlikely with a roundabout, right? Because with the roundabouts, you have lots more rear-end collisions, kind of bumper collisions, but you don't have because of the way they function, you don't have the ability to have a side impact collision. The other benefit to a roundabout is it works when the power goes out. It works at all times. So a signal, if we take on a signal, and if this signal goes in while Lehigh is agreeing to share the maintenance costs for this section, there will be a maintenance cost to maintaining a traffic signal, and it's one more thing that you have to continually monitor. Is it working?
And we don't have the equipment right now. We don't maintain any other signals.
We do not own any signals. Highland City doesn't own a single traffic signals. Even though we all drive through them every day, they're all owned and maintained by UDOT. And UDOT is equipped and staffed to take care of them. We can hire a consultant firm to take care of the traffic signals. It can be done, we can do it, but it's another expense. And so then conversely, if you look at the benefits of the traffic signal, if you put in the traffic signal, you're putting in the solution that you know can handle the traffic long term, right? And you're not looking to change.
But let's talk about, we just did the traffic toolbox, and one of the issues in this city is speeding. And there's been a lot of speeding coming down off of Suncrest, and I think there's someone was clocked going 100 miles an hour on that street. So I think having median strips and having a roundabout to slow that traffic is very important because we've had people killed from Highland on that. And we have a neighboring city who's putting a high-density thing in there that's going to bring a lot more traffic. I would lean heavily towards the roundabout and the median strips because we know median strips slow the traffic. Because as soon as you wind that to 5-lane road, it's a freeway. And I think we owe it to our citizens in that part of Highland to keep the speeds down the best we can. So I would lean towards the roundabout for now. If we have to put a traffic light in the future, we'll have to put one in. But I would definitely do the median strips. And I'm not really happy about them coming forth and wanting another intersection because theoretically this subdivision was supposed to connect over to Center Street in the new Center Street they're building in Lehigh and not put all the traffic onto Highland. So, I'm kind of a stick in the mud on that, I'm sorry.
I'm 100% team roundabout too, every time, it's so much safer, 100%.
I'm hearing seeing 4 council members nodding yes on this roundabout. Now, so let's just kind of go back up a little bit here, Andy, so that if we do the roundabout, I understand that down the road there might be, but we have to acquire property, so there'd be some property.
We may, oddly, we don't have a finished design for the roundabout. The 2 circles that are shown on the plan and shown on the screen, you'll notice that the labels are really hard to read on my screen, probably on your screen, but the larger outside circle is the footprint, and understand a roundabout doesn't a perfect circle, right? There's the approach lanes and everything, but they tried to represent what the footprint would be for a single lane roundabout, that's the inner circle, and then the outer circle is the double lane roundabout, just to give us a feel for the footprint. So there will need to be a little bit of right-of-way acquired. D.R. Horton's saying, hey, if we have to acquire right-of-way to make this roundabout work, that's going to be the responsibility for Highland City because they don't have the ability to go and exercise eminent domain, right? We would have to be the one that had to exercise eminent domain. But it does look like that the single lane roundabout fits better than you might have expected. But we don't know if, there will have, I can't see a scenario where we'll get out of obtaining any amount of right-of-way. I think we'll do our best to figure out a design that will work with the least amount of right-of-way, but I think it's safe to say that we'll have to work with 1 or 2 of those homeowners on the corner to get a little clip of the backyard as we fit in that roundabout.
So the double lanes is to get more cars through.
Yeah, to get more cars through, but then that's...
And if we feel like the traffic's going to go up because we're going to be leaning in the direction of the traffic light at a future date.
Well, most likely so here's one way to look at it, maybe, and there's multiple ways to look at it. But one, based on the comment I heard from the council, is the council's not sure that a 5-lane road is in the future for Highland Boulevard.
No,
that's a whole different discussion for another day. Right. So we don't know if that's in the future, in the books, or in the plans or not. So for the intervening time, the council is more comfortable with a roundabout at this location. And if we do have to process traffic in a long-term scenario, then we'll look at removing that roundabout and replacing it with a signal at some future date.
Well, and the other way to kind of look at it is if you want to do traffic calming, this is all traffic now coming down from the Draper off of Suncrest. We'll choke them down so they don't have as much traffic. We have to go to 5 lanes past that area because now they're all down to 1 lane coming in. I'm just looking on, we'll choke them down, and so they're back down. They were going to slow them down, and when they entered Highland, it's only 1 lane, and they're going to, and we've choked them at the roundabout to make them 1 lane. I mean, that's the other way.
We could put a big sign.
Hey, Andy, because I'm not an engineer, can you explain to me why you can't shift the double roundabout a little bit to the left so that you don't have to eminent domain something that's already there?
We do have the flexibility. You're spot on with that. As we actually lay out the roundabout, the advantage to a roundabout at an intersection is it doesn't have to sit perfectly in the center, and so you have the ability to put them off center a little bit and direct the lanes into them because you're turning anyway when you're going into a roundabout, right? And so there is an ability to flex and adjust more than shown on here. Because their traffic engineers recommended a traffic signal, they drew the plan as if it was going to be a traffic signal, but then at our request, they showed us the basic footprints of a roundabout there, just to say, okay, this is, about what you're looking at for a roundabout. So you're absolutely right. When we get down to really designing the roundabout and making it fit best with what we can with the existing improvements, there's some ability to make it better.
Who pays this? The traffic engineer usually kind of gets the design
they want.
So I'm just going, this is them advocating one way, so they're kind of having design.
But we still have control.
Yeah, so that's, so you had some questions, Andy, so.
I do. Let me go
like
back to my
roundabout.
list here.
Your
Okay.
roundabout,
So-
the medians, idle, what's everyone feel? I like the medians, it's
I like
something
the
we already
medians.
have.
It slows the traffic.
I think it's a traffic calming
It's a
aspect.
beautification.
And it's good.
Wait, I have a question, and it doesn't have to do with the phone calls my kids. Sorry, guys, sorry. I muted my computer already. Anyway.
It could be worse.
Is there a traffic calming toolbox that kind of tells us what we need in this area, or is this new territory?
Well,
Meaning if we go apply the traffic calming, what we already have, what does it tell us to do here?
median roundabout.
Probably, if I'm using the traffic calming toolbox, and you recall the discussion that we had on Canal Boulevard, it talked about creating a variety of elements that create a roadway culture. Culture that slows you down for lots of reasons, and some of those were the median islands, and some of those were roundabouts, and other elements were street furniture and landscaping, so Kim, I'm not sure that I have every answer on that, but I think that that's an excellent thing to look at in this context, and look and see, are there other elements of that that I'm not thinking of right now that would apply.
Raised sidewalks.
But I think Kim brings up an excellent thing. We just spent $35,000 to try to help us. We had residents saying, hey, we've got traffic issues and speed here. What would you start applying here? And I think as we're designing, we need to be applying that.
I think her point is excellent. And
To me, that's your roundabout, that's your medians. It might be that, and I think that's your next question. What do we do with additional access? Each additional access creates another pinch point.
Each additional access creates a conflict point. That's the question, is how do we feel about that additional access?
So was the one up there by Sky Estates always contemplated? I personally thought it was.
I have that agreement open right now, Mayor. Let me just look and make sure before I say no. So what I will say, Mayor, is that they show a concept plan. I don't think it was specifically indicated in the text, but as I look at their concept plan, they do show a concept that on their concept plan in the agreement that has an access at Grant Boulevard, which is the Sky Estates one. They do show an access on there that is in this middle access location, but it's not really clear whether it's just a little stub turnaround, but
I don't ever remember
very clearly on the map they show one at
that either.
Grant, but in the text I don't think it ever talks about it, because I don't think that was
This middle access is new. I mean, and I understand it's a couple of years back, but I don't remember a middle access. I thought I did remember the one up here by Sky Estates.
Yeah, it doesn't. The text
We could use the
doesn't
middle access as leverage.
The text doesn't really talk about the access at Grant, as I recall, and I don't see it, jumping out at me as I scroll it real quick. But like I said, I think at least per the concept plan, it was clearly contemplated. But this middle one, I think, is new. I feel like it's new. I represented to them as new. When I looked at it, I was like, whoa, we never considered there'd be an access there in the middle. So my concern with that access is twofold. Number one, we already know that we've got a potentially congested intersection there, right? And so do we really want to introduce another conflict point that close to what will be a congested intersection at some point? And number two, it does, if the objective is speed calming and beautification out of the islands, it does create another break in the islands and reduces the amount of island that's actually vegetated. So to me, I don't, if the council wants to use it as a negotiation point, that's certainly your prerogative, but I don't see a net benefit to Highland in allowing that access. To me, I think, but I think it's, the access at Grant, I think is reasonable. You've got 600 homes. You need a couple ways out of
I agree. And I think it was there contemplated when they presented the concept. Yeah. I don't remember the middle. Yeah, Council, what do you feel about this middle access? Is that something?
I agree with Andy. I'm opposed to the middle access. However, it could be a leverage point. Because, I mean, if we go forth and say, hey, we want a roundabout down there, which I think is preferable, they may really push back and they'll say, maybe that's a leverage. But I would prefer just the two intersections.
I don't think on the roundabout they can push back. I think this is total decision of the council, of Highland City Council. The decision of that intersection, my understanding of that agreement is Highland City Council decision. This is a Highland City road, and they're going to pay two-thirds of that intersection.
Okay, sounds good to me.
That's my understanding.
I agree with Andy as well.
Okay, so so additional access, I think, is something, so we kind of know on that additional access. The runaway truck, we've had 2 trucks that had runaway. They're coming off a pretty steep hill there, up here. It might be, this could be a little costly, but I would assume the runaway truck, because this is the improvement, it would be shared in some type of cost here. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the number one thing, and this is based on the conversation that I had with them today. I think it's probably the number one thing that they're going to push back on. I think they're going to say, hey, we had a certain amount of cost that we were going to put into landscaping, because something like this, and it doesn't have to be this exact design. The reason why we're showing this is because this is something that could be built, and you could still have a pedestrian corridor outside of it, because this kind of has the containment walls for the truck, etc. But this is a very expensive build, right? This is not a cheap improvement. So I think they're going to say, okay, we were going to spend a certain amount on that frontage. We'd be happy to contribute that, but if you want a runaway truck ramp, I think they're going to say, they're going to expect the city to pay the greater portion of the cost, and that'd be a negotiation there, but they're going to look at it and say, we were never told about a runaway truck ramp.
Are we going to have the need, you said there were 2 accidents, but are we going to have more of a need for the runaway truck ramp because we're going to be adding another stopping point that's earlier on? Because currently they have a whole heck of a lot of runway to slow down before they get all the way down to the Smiths, right?
Yeah, that's the real question of this intersection is either way you look at it. Because the runaway trucks have been a big concern for me. Either way you look at it, if you put a traffic signal, what happens if the truck's coming and the traffic signal is actually, the green phase is east-west, and the truck's coming and barreling towards that intersection, right? That's disastrous in and of itself. Or what happens if you got a roundabout and the truck's approaching the roundabout and they're going at high speeds? One option is to put enough concrete that they can just sort of jump the roundabout, but they're probably going to find somebody in the roundabout, navigating the roundabout, and so that's not a good scenario either. Does the truck end up on its side? Is there an incident? In either way, the truck, with the busier this intersection gets, is going to be a problem. Right now, the ones that we had, and Chief can speak to it better than I because they were the first responders, but the ones that we had, we were just very, very lucky the trailer came off the truck, it hit the wall, it hit the fence, and how the driver wasn't hurt. I mean, he was dazed and he was shaken, but how he wasn't hurt and how nobody was hurt, was quite miraculous in and of itself. The conditions of the other one, I'm not as familiar with, but I did go to the scene on the one, but you're right. When the truck kind of finally left the road, it was below this intersection or south of this intersection, and so, yeah, you really can't see a scenario under either a signal or a roundabout whereby the runaway truck ends in, the end is as fortunate as we were on the others. I don't know. Chief, do you have anything to add to that and your thoughts as we...
Just that, I mean, the accidents that we've had there, we've had a couple of vehicle fires where, you know, their brakes get hot and they've managed to, the last two vehicle fires that I was on were above 11,800 on the, you know, up the hill. But yeah, the accidents that we've had, the runaway trucks have been, it's been amazing that nobody's been injured or killed because they were super violent.
Now, you have the runway truck, isn't there also like a crash thing where you could go into, like, I don't know if it's foam barriers or something like that, you can kind of, you know, absorb the thing, or maybe it's trucks that want to do it because it's going to damage them, I don't know.
And a lot of times on the, you know, on freeways, et cetera, and you even see one in this picture, you've got kind of a crash cushion if they happen to strike that barrier on the end. You will see like the various barrels that are filled with various media to try and slow them down. You know, this one, like I said, doesn't have to be just like this. The reason we picked this is because it was confined and because it was a scenario that most people are familiar with. You're coming off the hill leading towards Bear Lake, and here was a solution with the progressive gates to kind of slow the trucks. But I'm sure there are various versions that we can investigate to find the least impactful, but one way or another, if we do something like that, it's going to do two things. Number one, it's going to drive up Highlands costs. I would say, it's safe to say, regardless of where we land on costs, it's going to drive up Highlands costs. And number two, it's going to reduce the effective amount of landscaping that is on the D.R. Horton frontage. And those are two very real impacts to whatever we land.
Might there be grants available for something like that?
Yeah,
we've got this
actually,
maybe. Yeah.
This one would be one that there probably would be, or I don't know, I'm not an expert, but that's,
yeah.
I would say it would be worth checking out. I don't want to say there is but it does feel like maybe a safety improvement.
And if you look, this could work with MAG. I'm looking, this is coming from Draper, coming in, you have Lehigh on one, and Highland, it's a multi-city thing.
They're building up speed in Lehigh.
Yeah, it's something we could, look at with MAG, saying, hey, we've got this project.
Yeah, it might be. It'd probably be something that wouldn't fit the timeline of the Horton projects because their goal, as they talk to us, is as soon as they can get solid direction from us, they want to update their plan and they want to submit their preliminary plat for this phase to both. They're not really looking for land development approval, so when I say preliminary plat, all they're really going to submit to us is the road plans and the intersection plans, but they want to submit the plans to Lehigh for all of their land use, and they want to submit the plans to Highland for the road at the same time, and they're looking to go forward and submit plans, and they want to start building roads and doing these improvements next year.
Andy, what's the harm in, like, at least looking into it? Like, it seems like we might as well look into it.
Into MAG and grants?
No, into the runaway truck ramp in general.
Oh, I don't think there's harm in it. I'm not saying there's harm. It's do we tell D.R. Horton that we want to incorporate it in their plan?
I think so, because it's on their side of the road. I would think they would not want a truck going through their neighborhood they just built. So it's a safety thing for them.
I think we need to have Rob also look at the agreement to say, hey, is this something we're going to pay 50, they pay 50, or what's that?
Right, it's on their side.
How's that work in the agreement?
Certainly.
Now, the problem is, there is already some traffic, but it's going to be adding more. It's to help make safety in this area, so we don't have any of the residents. I mean, that's what we're trying to do, is make it safe.
And to give the, and certainly I'll to have Rob review it, to give the counter side of this, from the other side, the runaway trucks are obviously coming from upstream of this development. And so,
it's on their side of the road.
It's on their side of the road, but they're not the generator of the condition that creates the need for it. It's
Draper, so Draper should pay for it.
But certainly, do we incorporate it in the planning and find the answers? And then the real question is, do we build it at day one? Do we try and seek some funding for it, that we've accommodated it, we know where we're going? I think there are various versions of that.
Yeah, why couldn't you have it in the plan and then try to get the funding for it?
That's probably the most likely outcome is, okay, we're going to put it in the plan, we're going to plan for it. The other thing is if you're going to do the runaway truck lane, then you are definitely not doing the middle access. Because there's no, in my opinion, there's no way that you're going to successfully incorporate a runaway truck lane and put that middle access, or the one that we hadn't seen before.
I know one's a safety issue. We've had some trucks that lose their brakes. It sounds like the chief's already said you have brakes that catch on fire if it be somewhere. They're coming off a hillside here that's pretty steep and windy, and they're coming. One of the concerns is this is coming around a blind corner, and also they're going to see this subdivision. If they haven't hit that area, it causes other conflict right there. I think the other question is, what are we doing at Grant? You call that Grant, which is the one by Sky Estates?
Yeah, Grant Boulevard is the main road into Sky Estates.
And I think we got to look also at our traffic calming. How do we try to calm it as they enter into Grant? Because that's going to be another, you're going to have vehicles go, fast, and we're adding now a double cross there. All right.
Yeah.
The next, so I think on the, I think we've answered on the other question on the runaway future traffic lanes at Grant.
Yeah, the future traffic signal at Grant, the reason why I'm noting that is assuming that we're going with the roundabout at the 11800 North, their traffic study is noting that there will be a need in the future at Grant to have, and they're recommending a signal. While I'm really an advocate for the roundabout at 11800 North, I think that a roundabout at Grant could be problematic because you are coming around that corner blind and with all that force of coming downhill. And so I think that ultimately, if Grant does need a signal, it's probably something that would have to be a signal, because, and then you'd have to have advance warning around the corner, much like you do on some Bangerter Highway that says, signal ahead, signal's changing ahead. And as we really get down to a detailed review of these plans with Horton, we're going to have to look and see what that means. But I just wanted everybody to understand that there will be a need there at one point. And
so we need to accommodate the ground. As they're building, they need to try to accommodate. Yeah. One of the frustrations, like you're looking at 11800, I remember being on Planning Commission, and I talked about I don't know if Ron, you might have been there. We talked about that there was probably a light, and we felt like we needed more land around that intersection because we weren't sure. And this is exactly right now, and that's just future planning, and we all try to do our best.
Yeah. One thought I've had with Grant, if you want to know at least my thoughts, and this is something we can work out with them, but I really think that there might need to be an acceleration lane or a merge lane on Grant from, so if you were coming from the Horton side of things, so that you would make a right turn into a dedicated merge lane. The real reason for that is so that you don't pull out and you're going 5 miles an hour as you make that turn, and then somebody's coming around that corner. It'll give you a little bit of the ability to get up to road speed before you're in somebody's way coming around that corner. So I think that is something we're going to need to look at with them at Grant as a minimum for now.
I agree. What you're saying is just an extra lane as they pull out. They get
kind of a merge lane from Grant to let you, an acceleration lane is what you call it, but it lets you get out of Grant, out of the D.R. Horton side of Grant, and you make that right turn, head southbound. You get up to full speed, and then you merge with the road, because then that way you don't find yourself in the travel lane and somebody comes barreling around the corner from Draper, and suddenly you're in their way and you're going 15 miles an hour and they're going 50.
Do we need a deceleration lane because people might be turning in there?
We might need a deceleration lane as well, actually, Mayor. I believe we do, because for the same reason. So I think that we're going to look to D.R. Horton to do all they can to help Grant function safely for the intervening years until it does have to be signalized. So, and then we will have to work with them on the timing of the improvements at SR 92. D.R. Horton's response to us when we asked about that was that that's a longer term issue, beyond the scope of their development. I don't know that we necessarily agree with that at this point, so I'm just kind of putting it on the radar at this point. We'll have other discussions with them. A lot of our discussions with them, they're very friendly discussions. They're not adversarial. It's a good partnership, but a lot of our discussions have focused so much on the 11800 North intersection treatment that we haven't gotten off to some of the other details that we need to focus on as well.
Okay.
So,
anything else on this we need to discuss?
I think we got the input we need, unless Aaron, Jay, you can think of anything that we talked about that we needed today.
This was a big one. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
So we've given you the sheet as well, so you can take it home and look at it, and if you have additional thoughts, kind of convey them to us.
So just look at the time. We're at 10:07. We have one last additional item. Can that be discussed within 5 minutes?
This one can go fast.
Okay.
And I got a couple quick things after that have to happen.
We do need to go through future meetings because we have some events coming up.
Yeah, this one can be fast. So Aaron, I'll let you speak to this real quick.
Actually, fastest part, so TSSD, when I was talking with Brian Braithwaite about this item, he mentioned to me, hey, I've mentioned this before, but know that on Thursday, TSSD is voting to increase their rates, which will ultimately impact us. We're the pass-through entity, right, for that part of the sewer bill that you see. It'll go into effect in January, and they'll give us all the details after that motion does ultimately pass. So things will be coming, not super fun because we're just the pass-through entity, but residents might still be a little frustrated with us. But
so they'll blame us, not
they will blame us just because
we had nothing to do with it.
Yes. So that is coming. They'll talk. They'll give us info after that.
So we're meeting as the North Point Transfer Station for Waste Management on Monday. As far as I know, there are no increases.
Fantastic.
So far. So we'll find out.
Okay.
And then just a real quick update on water reuse. TSSD has been spearheading a collective water reuse application. Highland City turned in our application on September 27th in coordination with TSSD to reuse our water that comes out of the backside of the sewer treatment plant once it's been treated. The way that would work is the water would ultimately go to American Fork system, and then we would have to do an exchange with American Fork for waters that we can get in Highland. If all works out and is approved by the state, there will be interlocal agreements coming in the future that would detail how that would all work. But we want the council to be aware we have officially applied as a city to reuse our sewer effluent that comes out of the plant. So.
Okay.
Okay, one quick addition that's not on your agenda. Go ahead forward for me, Jay. So a couple reminders about, we've got some staff positions open right now, and actually I should have thought to do this and I didn't. This is Tyler's last city council meeting.
I have it actually right here, Tyler's last meeting.
Mayor already beat me to it. So in addition to his position that's open right now, we have a permit technician position on our building department and a staff engineer position. And we would love to have more part-time parks workers because they've most of them have gone back to school. So we're pulling from every resource there right now. In addition, I have some sad news for the council. Will you hit forward for me, Jay? Kelly has let us know that she is not coming back.
Oh.
So. I purposely didn't want to put that on the very beginning, but that is going to be a hard position to fill. She has been phenomenal. You know, we hired her right out of school, but she has acted like she is has much more experience under her belt than that. So later this week, we will be posting for a planner position as well. So, and Donna has a position open in the library, great for a high school student if you know anybody.
So where's Tyler going?
Tyler, last meeting, we appreciate all the work you've done. We've had a lot of correspondence with it. Where are you headed?
Headed to the Salt Lake Public Library.
You're going to be working with the public library system up there?
Yep.
That's a big system.
Yep. 7, soon to be 8 branches, 7.5 depending.
What's their budget?
Pretty comparable to Highland City overall. A lot of capital going on right now. They're replacing their roof or doing some significant repairs and adding essentially a park on top.
So you're saying the library's budget's about $13 million?
All told, about 38 million.
For a library.
Well, they have numerous branches.
Yeah.
It's the Salt Lake County.
No, it's not county.
Salt Lake City.
Just Salt Lake City.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, so the main library location, and 7, soon to be 8 branches.
Well, Tyler, you're going to be missed.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we will.
We will miss
You
Kelly.
can't give your problems anymore.
When I first saw their, when I first saw their building, oh, go ahead.
Do they have free M&Ms there?
I looked.
No.
I'm still searching.
Do you have to work on Friday there? Seems like a bad move.
I think you negotiated something.
Thank you. It's been great working with you all. Appreciate you and your support. And wonderful staff here. And Aaron, you're in great hands with Aaron and the team. So appreciate you, and best of luck to the
Brittany, I tried to use your reasons and many more to get him to stay. So no, I really, really tried.
And Tyler, we appreciate it. Tyler, I understand you're planning on helping out through November 2nd. We have our audit that's going to be coming in. When's that audit? When do you expect?
Auditors are going to be here on Monday.
So we appreciate Tyler, being willing to kind of work through that to get through our audit. I really appreciate that, because that's something that just shows a little bit about your character. So thank you.
Thank you.
With that, if we can kind of look at our future meetings in advance.
By the way, Scott, look, I had bids all ready for you, so I knew that question was coming about the community center, so you jumped.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Well, that was quick. I didn't even get to see it.
Go back and show what the bids. There you are.
We're going to spend about $22,000 on paint. Carpet bid is coming in at $12,000, so we'll have future conversations about how we pay for that, because we've got about $6,000.
So you got $6,000 earmarked for it.
Yep.
Okay, with that, we have on our future events. Next Tuesday is Planning Commission. They actually are going to be doing, I think it's a work session in Linden. Our candidate debate is on Thursday, the 26th. We have a trick-or-treat street. Those who have not maybe participate, the city here, as long as it's warm enough, if it's rainy or cold, we'll be inside here. If it's warm enough, we'll be out here in the splash pad. Traditionally, and I've said that the council will have a booth that the kids can come trick-or-treating at on the 30th. We encourage all council members to dress up and yeah, we got some good ones, Brittany.
It is fun.
And then we will have some candy there, but if you can plan on, that starts at 5 p.m., so we'll probably need to be here by at least 4:30. Kim, are you in so you can help us in decorating? That is the 30th, Monday the 30th, one day before Halloween. Okay, and anyone else that can kind of help bring in, collaborate, we'll kind of just send email on how we can kind of get that done.
Do we have candy left from the fling?
We have candy left for the fling, but it's kind of tacky and those little Tootsie Rolls, if that's what you want to give out, or we can see if we can get some other candy. Well, I might opt for the last, so. And I might be willing just to donate it, so it's not something we have to look at touch. Yeah, I understand. Okay, the 7th, I think we all know that we have a city council meeting. At this time, there'll be a Lone Peak. There's no Lone Peak meeting. We didn't have one this month. We'll see how it goes in November on the 8th. Tree lighting ceremony. I kind of talked there was a conflict in priorities. I think we have to look at our priorities. On November 18th is a Saturday, and it's the BYU Oklahoma game. And so I have done somewhat, and I said, I think that Monday the 20th would maybe be better for the residents and for those others that might be involved. What, is there any, it would be okay moving it to the 20th?
Sure.
I'm fine. I saw the lights are up.
Oh, are they already up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are they
So, can we okay moving to the 20th? I know this kind of been yours and Brittany's thing. Are we okay moving to Monday night to do the lighting?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know what time, and I know that a lot of people could be out, they could be traveling, there'll be a lot of traffic on the things we want to. Okay, sounds good. We just want to make sure our priorities are right. Then we have, of course, elections on the 21st, and then we have our city council meeting on the 5th. Do we know when we're going to be having a council Christmas party at all?
Ooh, let's talk about that. Do we want to do it December 7th or the 14th?
Not the 14th.
I'm open.
I actually like earlier in the month because there's plenty
On the
of family.
7th is a MAG meeting. That's a Mountain Land Association of Government meeting.
I think you should skip that.
And I can be flexible to do that. They might have, and the 14th works.
Yeah, I'm open for both.
As we look, just, I'll work through whatever. Also, so on the 2nd of December is going to be there will be the Library and Arts Council will be doing the city's Christmas activity. And so there'll be, Santa Claus will be coming. The Youth Council have a retreat on the 8th and 9th. Are we aware of that?
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
If there's another council person wants to come, they will be playing Grog. If not played Grog, they want to play Grog.
I highly recommend as an event.
It's a fun one. I'll tell you, last time we took the youth council, we sat down on Saturday morning, we went through all the different issues that we kind of vote on, and it was surprised how much they were on and the input they gave us. I thought it was very insightful. We have a great youth council. Appreciate it.
They are great.
Anything else we need to talk about? Okay, I'll take a motion to.
I move we adjourn.
Ron, I'm going to give it to Ron. Ron made a motion to adjourn, and Scott second. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.